Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, boys and girls. This is Marcia Weeks, and you are watching the Marcia Weeks Show. We are coming to you live from Barbados. It's just a little as 3 minutes after 6, and the polls would have closed already in Barbados. 3 minutes past 6. Opened at 6 a.m. this morning. This is the election polls here in Barbados, now closed at 3 minutes past 6 p.m. Wednesday, February 11th. We have been saying that date now for about 3 weeks, isn't it? About 3 weeks we have been at that date and just saying it, and here it is. The day's here. And today was election day for Barbados. The Barbados Labour Party, they've had 2 terms and they're seeking a 3rd term. They have had 2 snap elections, never a full term. They've never served a full term. And of course, we have those parties who are in opposition. They are seeking government. And we have the largest of all of the opposition party, which is the Democratic Labour Party, the DLP. Then you have the coalition of parties. These are independent parties that have come together, which is a good idea. And then you have Freedom of Democracy, FOD, and they are also vying for government. Because, although I heard FOD saying that they want to be a good opposition. Well, this is where we are at. But we've had some challenges, haven't we? Haven't we? Before I greet you all, but let me just say this. I went out to vote after 7 o'clock this morning. And a lot of you, I believe, would have voted already. Anybody in the chat who didn't vote? You care to tell us that? No, we love you anyway. Of course, we would love it. We would have loved if you voted. But some of you wanted to vote, but you couldn't vote. As I said, the polls closed today at 6 p.m. Some people did not get the chance to vote. Yeah? Barbadians have voted, but across the island, there are multiple complaints. And I started to get those complaints since about, I would say, about 8 o'clock this morning. The complaints started to come in. I have a book that I write down the information in. Sometimes I try to connect people with candidates that I know so that they can help them. Long-time voters are saying their names were not on the list. Anybody know anybody like that? Are you somebody like that? If you're watching me and you're a long-time voter and your name was not on the voting list, I'm going to ask you to give me a call at 236-7000. Okay? In fact, I said to give me a call, send me a WhatsApp. That would be more like it. 236-7000. 236-7000. Say clearly what has happened. There are citizens who have been reassigned to different polling stations, places that they never lived in. They've never voted there. One person said, I've been voting for 20 years. I don't know about that area, but I was sent there. Some were reportedly moved to entirely different parishes. Frustration on people. Some people just gave up. Confusion and concern about the turnout. Those are some of the issues. Lots of issues. If you're watching from overseas, we just had elections in Barbados and we've had a lot of issues, and this is not normal for Barbados. Barbados is a very, some people say developing, but close to developed country in terms of what happens in the Caribbean, in terms of our structures. And to see where we are right now, it's just unbelievable. Tonight on the Marcia Week Show, we're going to examine what are the official procedures when names are missing from the voters list. I'm sure you all could remember Mr. Thorne was making a big issue of this. Who remember that? And they said, you know what? No, you just like to make noise. No, everybody's affected. BLP voters, DLP voters are affected. Everybody's affected. Independents, everybody. On what legal basis can an election be challenged or annulled in Barbados? We're going to explore that, come up with some ideas. Who has standing to file an election petition? Is it the citizens or the candidates? What role does the court play in reviewing election disputes? Because it's important that we separate emotion from law and rumor from the actual process. And, you know, somebody listening to this might think that we're trying to inflame division. No, we're always here. The Marcia Week show will be here tomorrow, February 12th, 13th, 14th, right up until next year, with years after. We will sit here and we will be that voice. We'll be that platform for the people to stand on and to raise their voices about issues that matter to them. And right now, this is an issue that matters to Barbadians. This is about our democracy. And as the results come in, it's important, though, Barbadians, that we remind ourselves that we are still one people. We're still neighbors, you know. I'm sure I have people on my street who I'm not going to be voting for the government, the BLP. You know that. You know that because they already had how many seats? Why would I be trying to put them back in there now? So, but there are people on my street who voted for the BLP. We are still one people. We are still neighbors. Sometimes some of you go to churches and you have DLP, BLP, coalition of parties. You have, freedom of democracy. We're still family in your own families. You might be split down the middle, wife and husband. I heard of a case today, wife and husband. The husband was, both of them went to the polling station and the husband was able to vote. The wife wasn't. The husband was voting for, the red party and the wife, the yellow party. Of course, it seems as though he found it funny that she wasn't able to vote. She's one of them that they're sending her to a different polling station. But we're still family, and you're not going to let a political party destroy your relationship in your church, your relationship with your family, your relationship with your neighbors. Absolutely not. No matter the outcome, Barbados belongs to all of us. Yeah? We're going to talk facts tonight. We're going to talk process, but we're going to talk unity. This is the Marcia Week show coming live to you from Barbados. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Let me just go and greet my Barbados family here, my Marcia Week's family, the Marcia Week show family, Marcia Welch. Good evening, Marcia. Hey, Carol, did you vote today? How was the process for you? Did you get through? Was your name there? Hey, Judy, did you get through okay? Was your name there, Judy? Good evening, Judy. How about Tyrone? Hi, Tyrone. How are you? Iretha, good evening. Iretha said, without a doubt, a plot orchestrated by the Barbados Labour Party and the EBC to confiscate the entire process. The problems were clearly visible from day one. Requests were made for a later date to make amends to no avail. Yes, Mr. Thorne did that, Iretha. Lori Bob, Lori, did you vote today? Hey, Calendar. Kieran Williams. Sir Alfred, did you come home to vote? Did you get to come home, Sir Alfred? Ruben, Jermaine, Joyet Ann, Kieran. Oh, really? At 10 p.m.? They close at 10 p.m. in the UK? Kieran is saying in the UK, election closes at 10 p.m. So, Kieran, what time do they start? Hey, calendar. I called your calendar already. Judith Ann Clark, did you vote? Good evening. She says, good evening, loyal opposition. Monica, good evening. Kaylin Yearwood, good evening. How are you, Kaylin? Yes, Lori Bob said she voted. If you voted and you're in the chat, give a thumbs up. I voted. I voted. I voted. Dave and I, we went together. Unfortunately, there was a lady who her name wasn't on the list. I really felt badly for her. And I was there thinking, what am I going to do if I go there and my name is not on the list? I was thinking, Marcia, okay, so you got to calm down because I see the police there. And I'm thinking I'm going to raise my voice and I'm not going to be happy. And I saw the lady sitting there and I prayed for her because I'm thinking, God, please don't let that happen to me. Yes, Monica, we've never seen so much confusion. That's what I want to ask. I mean, this is my, is it my third time? My fourth time voting in Barbados. My fourth time voting in Barbados. I never saw this before, but a lot of you who watch, you have been voting, you've been watching, you've been voting a longer time than I have been. So I would have been voting over 20 years. How about you? Have you ever seen this kind of confusion? Anybody? Calendar voted. Anybody has voted? Lucinda voted. Zaire voted. Calendar voted. Okay, so in the UK, it's 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. In the UK, it's 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Judy Jill said, yes, I voted. Okay. 7 to 10. Yeah, yes, I'm a big girl. I felt badly for that lady whose name was not on the list. And then they were telling her that she has to go somewhere as a completely different place. That she doesn't like wondering, like, but I voted here all the time. Oh my goodness. Jacqueline says she's never seen that before. Jacqueline, did you vote today? You're one of those who said you weren't going to vote. Did we convert you? I love when we can convert people. I love it. I love when we can convert people. Jacqueline, did we convert you? Did you vote? Yep. Let me make sure my cup is clean here. Victoria said they voted this evening. Colored said yes. Yes. Aretha says yes. Okay, you voted in the area that you left. What do you mean, Sherry? Sherry, what do you mean? You didn't vote in the area that you lived? You left that area 20 years ago and you still had to vote in it? Kayleen said, I voted with prayer. Oh, Kayleen, bless you. Because unfortunately, I'm not there to vote. Hey, Angela, good evening. I hope you can stay on. We have some questions, general legal questions to ask. Did you vote, Angela? You were taken off the list and put on an overseas list. Did you vote, Jacqueline? Did you get the chance to vote? Okay, you went late, but it was smooth sailing for you. Okay. You use your old ID. Yeah, I use my old ID. I don't have any new ID. Wow. You see what I mean? It's like Jacqueline. Jacqueline didn't vote because they sent her to Four Roads. And Jacqueline, you had voted before, and where did you vote? Somebody use their old ID. Yeah, I don't have the Trident. I did walk in my passport just in case. Dave walked with his driver's license. We walked to several pieces of ID because we were determined. We were voting. And I got my camera. I got my camera in the car because I was going to deal with them today. I prayed though that I would be soft spoken, but and I really was praying about that, especially because, as I told you, I saw the woman in front of us, she couldn't vote. Julie, did you vote? Yeah, it's not, that's not the standard that we are accustomed to. How many of you, Lisa Cox, I'm curious, how long have you been voting, Lisa? How many years have you been voting? I've been voting for over 20 years, about 20 years. Yeah, probably not that much over 20 because she never really did the 5 years. So probably more like 16, 17 years I've been voting. And I've never heard all of this controversy around the voters list. Not even last election. Last election, what they said was that the voting list had dead people on it, etc., but never. I've never, but I would like, you can't take it from me. I'm a transplant. So, well, Liam, I tell you, you might be onto something. What I want to say though is that, I was talking to someone today, and I'm smiling, but I'm really not smiling. The thought that we could see our country destroyed and become like, I might say this and somebody might get offended, like Haiti, if you understand what I mean, in terms of order and law, breakdown of the law and the breakdown of the Constitution, which we don't have, people. I can't see how. I mean, we literally don't have a Republican Constitution. And the laws that we have that are there to protect our rights, they're not being followed. Why would the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, a system that has been in place for so many years, that's governed by the People's Representation and People's Act, is that it? The People's Representation Act, and it's all of, and the Constitution. Why are we having these challenges? Why are we destroying our systems? Do you see what I tell you? That I will continue to sit in this chair, because that doesn't make sense. That's below the standards of Barbados. And that's when you know, people, you know that little by little they are ruining the foundations of this country. A country that is known for strong public systems, strong governance. It's Barbados. In the Caribbean, we can say all we want. Talk about systems, public service, systems within the public service. Barbados. I really don't understand what is. Yeah, it seems like it was done purposefully, and it was done, it could be, that's just opinion, we're giving our opinion, purposely, so that the turnout would be low. Yeah, I have the letter here from someone as well who they were supposed to vote in. I have it here. Let me just, I can't bring it up because it has their name and their ID on it. But just let me read it for you. Where is it? In the meantime, guys, please share up the live. Yeah. Hello, and the name of the person. This is a letter that's coming from the EBC. So I'm just going to try to cover the name of the person. You will see this is a letter from the EBC. Hello, name. You are currently registered as follows. Constituency, Christchurch East. Polling station, Blackman Gallop Primary School. That's what he found out today. But he had received a letter in the mail from the EBC, right? From the EBC, a letter in the mail. I'm looking at it now. I can't show you. Their person's name. This record shows that you are registered in the constituency of St. George South. And they gave them their electoral number. Your polling station is Ellerton located at Ellerton Primary School. Can you believe that? One as far as Christchurch, and he says he's never in his life voted in Christchurch. Never. He's voted before several years, never voted in Christchurch, and I hope, I begged him to go ahead and go and vote for Quincy in Christchurch, but he wanted to vote for Miss Felicia Dujon. But Lisa Cox said she was voting since she was 18 and she's now 47. Yeah. Yeah, what is Lisa telling me? I'm trying to see your comment, Lisa. Okay, you're saying that you've never seen it like this. Yeah, I mean, this is the worst. Yeah, you know, Liam Lashley. Liam Lashley, are you in Barbados? Can you call? I somehow I just feel like I want to talk to you on the phone. Can you call in at 236-7000? So tonight, what we're going to do, we are going to have to take the feed from Starcom or whoever else has anything out there, not for any for sale purposes, all for what they call entertainment purposes. And we will listen to some of the commentary there. And we're going to be waiting until the results are called. We're going to be on, but let's talk a little bit more about this voter. So, somebody wrote me, "Good afternoon. I voted for Donald Trump in the St. Michael West Central." So, sir, I'm reading my WhatsApp. Did you put his name? Did you put Donald Trump name in and voted for Donald Trump? You did this as a protest vote? What are you protesting? So somebody actually voted for Donald Trump today in Barbados. And they were in St. Michael West Central. I wonder when they opened up that thing this evening. They must laugh. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best not to have to tune into Starcom. Don't worry. Yeah. But let me just look at something here from the former Attorney General, Dale Marshall. Everybody can see my screen? So, Attorney General, they should have said former. Attorney General Dale Marshall says there have been reports in St. Joseph of people who expected to see their names on the voters list this morning, but were not there for one reason or another. He is just realizing that, people. Remember Mr. Thorne raised this as an issue? Who remembered this? Somebody says, I'm reading from Facebook so I can call the names. Manasa King said, did he know that there were problems with the list? Like, when did you know there were problems with the list? Somebody said, asking if he only know now. You believe these people? Why do you think he's doing this? What is the benefit to? I like to think that way, you know. I know that I had a feeling there. Whenever I see people come out like this, and so many I saw him, I saw the former MP for St. Lucie, I saw the MP he's trying to be the MP for St. Thomas, the candidate for St. Thomas. I saw him as well put something out. And why are they first out the gate talking about this? What are they hoping to achieve from it? Alwyn Bob, Mr. Bob, you're listening. We need you to join. I am trying to get the link. I saw Dave not too long came in. Yeah. Alwyn Bob. Alwyn, reach out to Dave for the link, please. Alwyn Bob says Barbadians are being deliberately frustrated with this voting process. Who does it benefits? If this was designed to secure a third term, shame on you. Is this how you intend to govern? Listen, Barbados, use this last 6 hours to put a stop to this. Well, he had done that 5 hours ago. So somebody said it happened to me this morning. Somebody could not vote. It happened to them this morning. Josiah said that time he knows well what transpired and playing dumb just like society. Yep. Yep. That's what I think. It's my opinion. I don't think he's surprised. This person says these people fall up big time. From the time that people start coming around checking the voters list, I saw my mother's name on the list. I told them my mother has passed away since 2009. I also saw my brother's name on it, and I told them my brother does not live here since 2004. My goodness, 22 years ago. But still, 2 election circulars turn up here for both of them to vote. Someone is not doing their job as it ought to be done. Somebody says Dale acting surprised, but Bajans know this ain't no accident. Too many people showing up and can't find the name. Matthew Johnson says people in St. Joseph ready to vote but get shut out last minute. Is this democracy or just another BLP show? And you know what? I really hope that we're not just on social media talking about it, but this is something that we are going to do something about. Hopefully something is done about it tonight. This is Dale Marshall being shocked that people are not, names have been excluded from the voters list. This is a madness. Bucky Dan says, never heard of people having problems not on the voters list. Something isn't right, and we all know it. That's the thing about it. We all know it. Don't we all know it? Somebody said they were told that the election has already been won and that this is just a formality. David says every election we have problems with the voters list. Next 2 years we should be posting a voters list to make sure only living people are on the voters list. Now, Ada, that is true. That has been a problem where you have dead people on the voters list. However, what is unusual is the number of persons whose names are not on the voters list. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's the difference here. That's the difference with 2026 and the other years. Someone says always, Michael Clark says always one reason or another, but never a real answer why people can't vote. Something fishy about that. Lionel Gittins is asking, did they give the EBC time to get things in order, meaning the government? That could be the problem. It could be, again, our very brilliant prime minister, who is the brightest person in Barbados. Remember, Mr. Thorne undresser. We're going to deal with that. I'm telling you, anybody would be able to tell you if she made the deadline January 26th and you're going to say the election is February 11th. You don't think that there's going to be some problem? Why couldn't it be months down the road? Get the list okay. Everybody's happy with the list. Somebody asked, right, Carolyn Lynn Edgel here, a very interesting comment. She said the last election was years ago. What are they doing on a daily basis for gainful employment that a list is not readily available? They only work when an election is called. What we're seeing has to be more about inefficiencies and possibly incompetence rather than when an election is called. What is the process to take someone off the list? Thank you. What is the process to add someone to the list? Who reviews the additions and deletions? Are there edit or exception report controls in place? How often is this done? If the place was efficient, the timing would not matter. Fix the problem. The outcome that we see is the symptoms of a bigger core issue. I agree. But what complicated that, Carolyn Edgel, is the timing of it. I think that if a deadline was given of January 26th to make sure your name is on, etc., and then you're going to call elections only about 2 weeks after, you're bound to run into some problem. That's bad planning. The EBC chair said everything was okay. This is Marcia Blades. Lionel Gittin says envelopes came by my home for 2 people that died long ago. Arita says it was called fast and counterproductive. And Joseph Hackett is saying this is the most controversial election. If you agree with Joseph Hackett, let me check let me see the thumbs up. Who agree with Joseph Hackett? Things are getting from bad to worse now. Oh, somebody here says, oh, somebody right. Do you see what Fitz Rupert Dowridge said? So the rat was right. Yeah, the times you are all there laughing and calling him the rat, he was trying to explain to you what was wrong. See that now? You see now? Fitz Rupert and the rest of you who thought that he is trying to get one over on Mia Motley. And look now, the people are this is why you need do you see the kind of opposition leader we had in Mr. Thorne? Now, Sue is saying that people should have checked before election, but election day, if you have been given a circular, Sue, think about it, Sue Barra, in case you're listening. If you've been given a circular from the EBC, your name is there, your number is there, they tell you that where your polling station is. You don't need to check for anything. You have it in writing. Carol Barker said, when Mr. Thorne brought it to the attention, Mayor could have put the election date on hold and let it be corrected. But no, she knows and still went along with the early election. She knows it was a mess up. This is wickedness in high places. God is watching. His eyes is to and fro upon the earth and will give to everyone what they deserve. No, Francis, you guys are missing it. And that's what they always, no. People had their letter, sir, Francis. People had their letter. And that's what happens a lot of times. And I find that a lot, that people are explaining what it is that they're going through, what their issue is, right? And instead of us listening, what we start to do is to blame the people. Isn't that what we do sometimes? Yes, there are people who said they checked and people who had a letter in their hand. Come on, guys, you know, sometimes, and I find that is, even with our young people, we do that a lot. We do that a lot. We want to hear what we want to hear. All of us, we do it. We are hearing what we want to hear. We're not listening. Listen to what they're telling us. August March says nobody had ever had to do this until now. Exactly, Princess Bajan. Look at Princess Bajan responding here. Said a letter coming home telling you where to vote, and when you get there, your name is not on the list. Because and sometimes people behave that way because their name is on the list. Yes, you could say that it's their right to vote, Francis. You said if the name is on then it is their right to vote. You could say that, but the point is that they're at the polling station. You are not voting if their name not there. They're not going to do it. Somebody's saying here, I substituted today as a polling agent. And he said that they're saying that some people were sent to check some master list somewhere in the back, and it still wasn't there. That was after they visited another polling station and was sent there. You see that? And we are going to blame the people. I really think the person that needs to be blamed here is the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister needs to be blamed for what is happening. How many of you agree, or do you agree or disagree with me? Write, tell me what your thoughts. Write in the comment section. The number to call is 236 7000. 236 7000. Call and let me know. Yeah, I believe that. This is the Prime Minister's fault. Again, my belief is it's selfish reasons. I believe it's selfish reasons. So she is thinking about herself. And when we tell you these things, sometimes, you know, you all say, oh, because you don't like the Prime Minister. That's what you all say. You all say it's because we don't like the Prime Minister. But look at this. Look at this situation. A blind man could look and see. You have a nation of, well, I thought it was 280,000. I think the last census is actually saying 260 something thousand people. And out of that, you know, you have probably about 30 or 40,000 are, you know, children 18 and under. So, you know, you have about 220 something persons who could be on the voters list. And you are going to tell us in January, between January or end of December, right? It was end of December into about a month or 6 weeks. Somebody can correct me. I don't want to tell any liars on anybody. About 6 weeks. I'll give them 6 weeks to for the EBC to get the voters list sorted. And the deadline is January 26th, right? But then you called election on January 21st. If you understood administration and how it works, there's no way you would have called election on January 21st when you gave the deadline January 26th and the election day is on February 11th. That should be at least a year away, 6 months away. Poor planning. But selfishness took over. Selfishness. And some people would dare say spite. Lift the name off the list, they might have said. Don't bother with them. Leave the name off. Whether it's BLP or DLP, leave the name off. We want a low turnout. A low turnout will benefit us. Confuse them, frustrate them. Send them, those in St. Lucie, send them to vote in St. Philip. Send them wherever, all over, mix them up. I heard of senior citizens had to leave there. They couldn't vote today. People vote in 40 years. Do you know how angry they must be? Yeah. So these are some of the issues. So the number is on the screen if you want to call in to speak about that. Mr. Bob is telling me that he's going to try to come on as soon as possible. I know that everybody else is at work. So we're hanging in there tonight. People's Line, call in and voice your concerns about the voters list. Yes, we have a call here. Good night and welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Good night, Marcia.
Good night.
How are you
Good
doing?
night. I am well. I'm doing well.
Happy elections night, Barbados.
Yes, and remind us where you're calling from.
I'm calling from Massachusetts.
Oh, wow. So you didn't get a chance to vote today at all?
No, I coming in after. Yeah, you missed it, yeah.
You missed it. When was the last time you voted in Barbados?
18.
2018.
Yeah.
So you're one of those who came in to vote for the BLP in 2018.
I don't do all of my life. I never do BLP.
Okay,
Never.
no problem. I'm teasing you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, but I think, regardless of who wins this election should be canceled. I'm serious. It should be canceled because now all those disrupted voters that don't have the right to vote, they have to go through a court system. So regardless of who wins, it's not gonna be fair.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a lie to the country.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's too many inconsistencies and purposely done by the EBC that that people are on the list. Young teenagers that supposedly should be able to vote soon are on the list, and people that are alive cannot vote. It should be canceled. Have an independent CARICON investigation on why, because we don't need a Barbados investigation because we know that the EBC cannot talk. They're muted. They're doing their bad thing, buying things that they're muted. They can't say things. They supposedly should be an independent body, but they ain't saying nothing because the powers that be got them afraid like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that this election should be canceled, abolished. The people should go up in arms and go and get this list done right. Get those that supposedly should be able to vote on the list and take off all those people that die and pass away that's not on the list and do it right. We got time. We got till next year. And that, we got to do it now. I mean, what's wrong with the country that we got to get this done now? So this, this not looking good internationally for Barbados. I'm talking to people and people like, what? There are people on the list and people that can't vote on it, vice versa. This is not only a Barbados thing. This is an international thing because of YouTube and what's going on, and because of the Prime Minister international big mouth, I call she. Talking a lot of stuff. Barbados have a very highly reputable, you know, name in the world, and people are saying, huh? Elections, huh? People can't vote. So I think Bajans should come out, regardless of who win or lose, and call for abolishment of this election until they get it right and go and start over. It will put everybody at ease, because right now, you know, I hear one lady today went 3 places and she can vote. And she cried. It's sad, you know. It's sad, man. So they need to cancel it. And going through the courts in Barbados too, them is the same as the uppity people. Them ain't gonna do nothing. We need somebody from outside of Barbados to investigate this thing.
Yeah.
You know, the courts, the EBC, they're all in court. Everybody in court. So going to the courts to sell this, and you know, them court people gonna do the same thing. Or you know, this and that. So we need to abolish this election, get it right, and start over. We got time. You know, we got time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I checked with I'm so appreciative of that caller calling. That this is a number on the screen: 236-7000, 246-236-7000. Call in and voice your concern. Do you think that it should be null and void? Now, I spoke to a lawyer before I came on to the show, and what they were saying is that it is the people. It's actually not even the candidates, it's the people. The people will have to say that they were disenfranchised. It has to be a voter. All right. So all the voters need to come together, whether we put together a petition, we do a petition plus a march, you know, all and have people who are actually, you know, who could not vote. You see, you need that. It can't just be, you know, that somebody, it can't just be someone. It has to be anybody who was left off the voters list and didn't get a chance to vote. Good night, caller.
Good night, Marcia. It's more Steve calling from the United Kingdom.
Hello. We have our diaspora calling in tonight. You didn't get to vote, Steve.
No, if you're out of the country, you can't vote, and it's a shame that the political elites are stopping people in the diaspora from voting. You see, the thing about it is, when I look at Barbados over the last 7 years leading up to now, I see corruption at the highest form.
Yeah? How is that?
Well, let's look back at the elections. Let me start at the St. George North by-election.
Yes.
All right. I do not think that was transparent, because you had the Prime Minister photos going up instead of the candidate. Even notice she's still doing it. Prime Minister photos going up instead of the candidate, which is a shame that this election happening today in Barbados should be null and void. And why I say that, even if she called the election within 28 days, all right, it should be a case that within 28 days, it still should be 6 months down the line before the voting ever take place. All right, this to me is not in any way, shape, or form a general election. A general election means that everybody is treated fairly. Every candidate is out campaigning, not running around in a hurry like a headless chicken. And this is what I see people running around with a headless chicken. Now, people say that this is 3 elections that Barbados had in 7 years, but I see 5 elections in 7 years in Barbados. The St. George North by-election, and the St. Peter North by-election makes it 5 elections.
St. Peter? You mean St. James?
St. James, sorry. St. James, yeah. So I see 5 elections in 7 years from the LP administration. This sort of thing should never be happening. But even if I go, when I look at what is being done in Barbados, the people are so, it's like a red rag to a bull to cheer on what's going on to their own detriment. Bajan people doesn't even realize that they are being put at a big social disadvantage underneath the BLP right now, there's never been nothing fair about this BLP government in the last 7 years. But yes, I see people out there in the street jumping up and cheering on like headless chickens. And that's a fact. People need to stop voting for somebody because they like them and vote for people in the interest of the country, not in a personal belief and the fake promises. You had these elections where promise to comfort a fool has been happening and it still is happening and people don't see that. My question to the people of Barbados, what is your benefits in the last 7 years? What did you get out of the last 7 years of this Mayor Motley-led administration? What can anybody say and put up in the comments? What did they get out of this in the last 7 years? Because I've been, look, I can talk about some things that people have been saying to me and sending to me. It's crazy. And I'm shocked here in the UK looking at how Barbados has turned out. But I will say, before I go, that they're being warned. But there's a lot of events that's been led up to this event today. Nobody should be disadvantaged. And basically, they have their right taken away because they didn't have a digital ID. And it's every Bajan right. Not nobody coming in and gain citizenship to vote because they get them a digital ID. This election should be everybody who's born in Barbados should be voting in Barbados, not what they're bringing people to vote. Because I do strongly feel that there's a lot of people voting in Barbados today who isn't born in Barbados. And I'm not talking about you, Marcia. I'm not talking about you. Don't you worry. I'm going to clear up what I'm saying.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You're saying people who, yeah, go ahead. Continue.
I'm talking about this so-called fake freedom of movement thing. Because from the time that it came up with this freedom of movement, I realized that this is a European plan. That this freedom of movement, and it's a failure in Europe. So it's going to be a failure in the Caribbean, but this freedom of movement thing was rocking to a crowd, and the one that shout is the one that got hit.
Yeah.
All right. And that is what I see. It's all about vote rigging to maintain power over the people of Barbados. And the people of Barbados need to start thinking for themselves, not individually, but as a collective of people.
Yes.
This is what I see. We got to stop with the individualism because the individualism was a divide and conquer tactic. And people need to recognize that. We got to start thinking as a people, as one people in Barbados, one Caribbean, not me and you and things, because the political people in Barbados, you only see them at election. You don't see them no other time at all. You don't even come out to see how people are doing. They're only up there in front of people's door. Now, before I go, I seen an old lady somewhere in town shouting about her BLP candidate and cursing other people. To me, that was a sign of total stupidity. Because how can you not know a person, but because that they're running in this party, that you should staunchly advocate for them? What's in your interest? People need to start to realize that it can't be about my interest over your interest. It's our interest, our interest as a people. And if we can't get our interests, that means that there's something wrong in Barbados. When all of these sort of things are happening in front of your face, but people can't see it. I got up this morning with a sense of dread.
Yeah. And yeah, but we have another caller there. But so tell me, go right ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Marcia.
No,
Thank you.
complete what you are going to say. Complete what you're saying. Yeah.
I got up this morning with a sense of dread this morning. I hope that the people of Barbados has made the right decision to get rid of this BLP administration, because 7 years and give me a vote and watch my stay the course, make cares, all of this sort of thing. And nothing so has happened. Are you going to give them another 5 to do what? It's madness. Thank you very much, Marcia. Yeah. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thanks for calling. Caller, and stay safe over there. I know it's very cold. Caller, welcome to the Marcia. Are you able to give us a call via WhatsApp? That would make it a bit easier for us.
Hi, good night. I'm calling you from WhatsApp.
This is WhatsApp?
Oh. Yes, please.
All right. Would you be so kind to let's close the call and just call me back on WhatsApp again. All right, and then I'll be able to take you through the computer. Okay. So because we want to be able to hear you clearly.
Okay, but Marcia, I just wanted to bring to your attention.
Yes, but
on the radio.
Hold a minute. I want the people to hear you. So can you call me back, please? Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. All right, guys. So she's gonna call back because then it's gonna come through the system itself. I'm not sure how that one came about. All right, there she is. Wonderful. Good night and welcome again to the Marcia Week Show.
Hi, good night, Marcia.
Yes, this is much better. Can you all hear her? Yeah, go right ahead.
I'm not sure if the panelists, everybody on the chat are aware that it came through the radio this evening on the news that there are the DLP at the DLP auditorium. There are a legal team on hand asking the persons that didn't get to vote today because of the different problems and issues to come immediately to them at the auditorium. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I didn't hear it. Thank you for telling me.
Yes, I guess it is still going on all now, but I heard it on the radio, on the news this evening. They're asking the voters that had problems to meet a legal team at the DLP auditorium immediately.
Oh, this is in George Street.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So you can make a call or two and inquire about it, because I didn't see nobody say anything on your chat. So I don't feel that they are aware either. So I just wanted you to know.
Yes. Okay. But thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
And I hope I have some names here that I will pass on to them as well. I think that is very important. And I'm glad, you would know Mr. Thorne was advocating that the election be pushed back so that everybody would be allowed to vote.
I think this should be a cancellation. I think that this is a no void election. Although at 6:15 I was voting.
Well, I guess once you were in the line.
No, but I mean 6:15 this morning.
Oh, past 6. Oh, I got you.
I was voting at 6:15. I was inside voting this morning.
Yes. Okay. All right.
So I think that this wasn't an election, but you know what? She tried everything for all of this to happen. You have a good night, Marcia.
Yes,
but God is sleeping.
God is not sleeping. Keep praying, Keep praying. Even now, those of you who need to be praying, who you have your prayer times, keep praying. Thank you, caller. That's very good information that you called with. I'm so happy you called.
Okay, darling, you're welcome.
Yes. And Al is I was saying that it was on the air. Thank you. Well, go ahead and reach out to George Street, to the any Democratic Labour Party candidate. Reach out to them. You can message me as well, WhatsApp. Just send me a WhatsApp, and I'll be able to pass on your information to to a candidate who I believe will be able to get it on to the lawyers. Oh, that's excellent. Now, you know, I do my own little research. And this is what, guys, I have found on how you can get an election challenge. So if it is that you feel like you want to challenge the election, you can only do it through the court. So read what I have there. And I did check this out with a lawyer as well before. Yes, you can challenge the election. Some of you call it cancel it or whatever you call it, but you can challenge after the vote. You can challenge an election, but only through the court. And the procedure is an election petition must be filed in the High Court. And that's why you would need to get a lawyer. If the DLP, if they have lawyers, they will look about it for you, right? They will present your case for you. Yes? The election petition must be filed in the High Court, and the legal grounds, your legal grounds, may include, listen to the following, and tell me if you think we're being lawyers here this evening. If you think any of what we've been hearing, right, could make a part of these legal grounds. One, corrupt or illegal practices. Well, what I know of is, for example, somebody here said that there were people in St. John who were coming around to their homes this morning, coming electioneering. What do you want to do in the community? Okay, my WhatsApp number, Raina, you're asking for my WhatsApp number. It's 236-7000. Okay, and it's right there on the screen. If you look at it, the People's Line, call in and voice your concerns, 236-7000. Right? Right? Yes. I'm looking for, did anybody seen a comment there? Somebody from St. John was saying that people were coming. Andrea Moore. She says, you believe that people, that the BLP had persons coming to your house this morning early to ask about your concerns in St. John? That should not be happening. If you're a lawyer, you can let me know. But I spoke with a lawyer early this morning because I wanted to come on and play, put on my channel throughout the day. And he told me in caps, he sent me back in caps and told me no electioneering on election day. So how would, if what this person is saying is true, how could they be in St. John? It says here, all forms of electioneering ceases between the period 6 to 6. Why were they turning up at people's homes in St. John to canvass? Why was canvassing happening if it is true? Andrea Moore, give me a call. Because that would be a corrupt or illegal practice. Then the next ground, if you have serious procedural breaches. Okay? And then where you have eligible voters prevented from voting. That should be voting, but it didn't print properly. Eligible voters prevented from voting. Don't we have that? Non-compliance with election law. Well, I think what I said earlier would be probably non-compliance with election law. Right? So if just irregularities are not enough, okay, it must be proven in a court of law. And only the High Court can void an election. So it can't be 2 or 3 people. It must be material enough. It can't be just a few people. So that's why you have to come together and do it as one. Yeah, you should not be calling people, and you should not be soliciting votes on election day. Listen, that was my understanding. Am I wrong? Is there a lawyer on here? That's the last thing the lawyer told me. Whoa, Ralph Thorne was not on the list? What? Mr. Thorne wasn't able to vote today? These people are mad, man. Oh my God. Mr. Thorne could not vote today? I just got a message. Can somebody confirm that in the DLP camp for me? Okay, I'm getting a call here. Yes, good night and welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Good night, Marcia.
Good night.
I'm here sitting and listening to the program, and the number of things that don't seem right is strange to me. It almost seems as if this is deliberate. And I am patiently awaiting the results of the election to see what really has occurred. And I'm going to say here, what if the DLP wins this election? Will we then see the DLP objecting?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Food for thought.
But this is serious.
You know, maybe things look as if the BLP would have lost, hence all of this thrown in here, so that they can be up a test. But I would wait to see the outcome of this election, and then I believe we will have a better understanding. I hope nobody, petitions before the outcome is on the table. And then we will really see what is behind all of this.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, and I found it at the start of the program. I don't know if you heard me asking, what could really be the reason why you're seeing 3 BLP candidates in the media saying that, 2 for sure, the former MP of St. Lucie, and also the former attorney general. I have to say former because I don't know if they're going to still be there. They were saying that people from St. Joseph and St. Lucie, respectively, that they could not. There were people who could not vote, and I'm thinking, why are they being so upfront and center about it? What are they to gain? And it makes me wonder, what if they believe that they're losing?
Yes, I thought so too. It could only be because they would. It doesn't make sense that you are in government and persons were saying to you, the list is not right. postpone the day and you went ahead and now you are the first out saying, oh, these persons were not allowed to vote. This body was not allowed to vote. So my question is, could it be that the BLP feared that they will lose this election and they have set it up so that they can petition?
It's something about it. Something is weird about it, because I'm saying normally from the time I saw it, I tell you, and I think people should know. Can I say who is calling? No? Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, Caroline. It's from the time I said something about this seems funny, because they coming out, the Attorney General, who is not running in this, he's not running.
It is not sitting right. I would hope that nobody does anything.
You're there, caller?
Yes, I can hear you again.
Yes. Go right ahead.
So I am saying, let's see the outcome of this. Because something, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There are so many blatant irregularities. I mean, Mr. Thorne not being allowed to vote.
Gee, man.
So automatically you will know that this is, he can personally know protest. And my thing is, why would it be? It's more like a setup. So I'm saying, look, let's see what the results are like, and don't be too quick to protest before the results are out. And then we will see who will protest. It is not sitting right.
Oh my goodness, this is serious. Caller, I like your analysis. And just knowing that Ralph Thorne did not vote today, somebody said, I was so out of it today. I went and voted, and then I slept. I tried to wake up and I went back down. Every time I tried to get up, Caroline, I was back down. And I'm still here drinking a little coffee as we move along. A light, not too strong. But
let's see the conclusion of the matter.
Because
before anything is done.
I went there today and I said, can you imagine, because I said, can you imagine I go and they tell me, I was like, Lord, help me to stay humble and stay calm, because stuff like that, I start to raise my voice. I'm being honest, because you're not going to be quiet with it. And I was saying, God, help me to be calm. There's a policeman there, but I would feel like I'm victimized. But can you imagine the Mr. Thorne?
Marcia, this seemed like a setup.
I am telling you, where is Mr. Baba? And okay, somebody sent me the thing here. Oh, Verla de Pisa filed an injunction? Hold a minute.
Oh dear. Well, let's see the outcome.
Okay, well, this is serious though. I didn't know this here. Let me see if Dave, if I send you this, can you put it on for me, please? Oh wow, I had no idea. You see why I love this show? I get educated, Caroline. Caroline, I'm gonna send you the link. Come on the show with me, please. I'm going to send you the link.
I'm not sure I can do that at the moment.
Yes.
But this seems funny. I would have loved to see the outcome of this election before there is anything filed. I would love to see the outcome. Something is not sitting well. Something is not sitting well here. Something is not sitting well here. I don't know. This seems like almost like a setup. Why would someone deliberately set this up? And my thoughts are, unless you felt that you were going to lose, and you did it. And you did it to prompt the opposition, to prompt the people, to file an injunction, then you know, to hear that they really want the election.
Yeah, 1 second, caller. Dave, can you check your, when you get a chance, check your WhatsApp? Yeah, we have that there to show the people. Oh my gosh, what is going on in Barbados? But you remember what when we prayed this morning, that you remember we read 2 Chronicles 20, Caroline?
Yes.
And remember what happened when Jehoshaphat started to praise God and to ask God for you know, to understand what was going, directions. What happened, Caroline?
He planned an ambushment. He said stand still, and he took over. I'm getting you sometimes, hearing sometimes, and then I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, you're not hearing me sometimes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Yeah.
So I would wait and see.
No, but they can't be calling about now I hear electoral breach with the DLP billboard during elections, but they had some of their billboards up too. Right in front of me, right here, was Mr. Ware, we call him the wrong name all the time. Indar Ware thing is still up on the pole.
Yes, you are getting too much protest from their end. Something is not sitting right. Something is not sitting right. Something's not sitting right. No, something's not sitting right.
Wow.
It will be interesting to see the outcome of this, if we ever get to see the outcome. But it would be interesting to see the outcome. No, it seems almost like a sabotage. And that doesn't make sense.
And now they are going to say that the DLP had up billboards during elections, but they had up posters too, right in front of me, right here. Indar Ware is still up.
Marcia, it's like they're clutching at straws.
But they put up the DLP electronic board on CBC. That's so what about the hardboard? I'm on it. Josh, somebody from my family come. Let's quickly go and take that picture of Indar Ware outside his thing right outside my door. Exactly. Somebody run down and take the picture of Sandra Husbands and Neil Rose billboard. Come on, guys. We got to get proactive. Anybody live near them, run out of your house, please, and go and take the pictures. Go and take pictures of these billboards that are still up quickly before they take them down. Go. If you're in St. John, go and take a picture of the billboard in St. John, like now. St. Joseph now. If you know that there's a billboard for the BLP up, go and take it now. Indar Ware is right in front of my house. I can't get up because I'm on the show. This is crazy. You remember what we said? That they said what? They're going to be confusion. Remember? They start to fight each other.
Well, it will be interesting to see the conclusion, if we ever get to see the conclusion of this election.
Wait, what is this? Barry challenge, Victorious, can you call? Somebody call now and tell me, why am I out of the loop here? Barry Wilkinson is challenging Marshall and he getting upset on Nation Live. Wallace Bacchanal.
Marcia, I will sign out here.
Yes, go ahead. Oh boy, Adrian Hines, where are you? I think Adrian must be at work. Adrian, somebody call Adrian Hines. Oh boy, folks, the phone line is here. It's never a dull moment. What is going on in Barbados? The leader of the opposition did not get to vote, you all. This is madness. I'm waiting on the video to show you. I can't believe it. And I'm hearing it in real time. I didn't hear it before. Good. Thank you. Thank you. We've got you, Indoorware. You're up at Curtin St. Philip. That's you. That's you. We're going to tell on you all. And CBC, why you didn't show this? Why you didn't show this? Let me send it to Dave. Dave, when you're ready. Yeah, yes, he was out helping today as well and tired. My God, this woman is desperate for power. I told you all, she will do anything to clutch to power. Euclid, the number. Here's a number, look at the screen. Okay, look at the numbers 236-7000. Oh my Father, Lord. And you know, they had one of David Thompson's children, they had her name off of the list. I don't know if they got it back on, but her name was off the list. It's almost like they were doing, you know, being Mr. Bob is here. Mr. Bob Settler, let me bring you in. Somebody wants the number 236-7000. No, man, don't get me excited here tonight, because no, prayer warriors, you got to pray. What is going on here? They have they made sure that that's purpose work, man. The man's wife is on the list, and the opposition leader. You have to call whoever's calling. Remember, you need to call WhatsApp. Let me answer and let them know. Good night. Yes, so call me on WhatsApp. Call me WhatsApp, please. So this caller is saying in St. John, you have Mia Motley, and you also have Charles Griffith's pictures are still up. So CBC, what are you really trying to say? Is there something I'm missing here? Those of you who have been disenfranchised, you need to call DLP. Call your DLP candidate now. This is what a despot does, and this is what a dictator does. Somebody who has this is what they do. They're devoid of creativity, devoid of intent. A pleasant good night. Welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Hi, Marcia.
Yes,
this is a farmer caller that I want to give you the information.
Yes, I
am here. I'm here watching and listening, obviously. But you know what? I call you back to tell you, Mr. Tar didn't get to vote today, but she got to vote today, though. She voted in Eagle Lodge today.
Mm-hmm.
This whole situation just got me angry. She get to vote today. She voted today in Eagle Lodge. But Mr. Tar can't vote. He ain't get to vote. That's all I call you back to tell you, Marcia.
Yeah, because we were waiting for when he's voting I was waiting to see that picture. I didn't see it.
I saw the clip on the Nation News on YouTube when they interview her, and she had just finished voting this morning. But Mr. Turn can't vote. All right, Marcia, gonna continue to listen.
Yes, thank you. Wow, yeah, Adrian, thank you. I did not get to vote. Listen, we got to fight this, guys. This is one time we've got to all fight it. If you got a notice from the EBC that you're supposed to vote one place, you went there and your name was not on the list, call the DLP, call your DLP candidate. Get down to George Street Auditorium. If you went to where you're supposed to and or they even sent you, there are people who they send somewhere else and have the people going up and down and still can't get to vote. If this election occurred and you did not get to vote, I would even say if you are 18 years old and they did not automatically put you on the voting list, you should go down there as well. Good night and welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Hi, Marcia.
Yes, good night.
Hi. The billboards. I remember passing you this morning with my daughter.
Okay, yes.
Sandra husbands.
Mm-hmm.
And the Prime Minister on the big boards. These are the big boards. Not necessarily the pictures on the poles. There was some Neil Rose. He was on the highway coming down.
Mm-hmm.
When you get at the back of UE, Ryan Walters, he actually took down his big billboard he put up. The picture was off. And the other sign that he has at his constituency office, that was covered in like plastic or bag, and they had it taped up. So today while traveling the road, you saw the literal big boards, not the posters on the poles and such, but the big boards, they were up.
Yeah, but you had them, they're generally still up. And I think that people,
right.
So you're pulling at straws to have people not voting and then come and say, oh, DLP has the billboards up. Come on, that sounds like it. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Right. One of the other things that I witnessed today, because this is CG, by the way.
Yes, I know.
I vote in Christchurch, Dighton Griffith School. So I got off the bus, went in, voted, came back out. My mother lives behind Dighton Griffith School, so I decided to walk by her. And there was this lady. Now, the persons that working at the center, they had on these like pink shirts at the school. They had on these pink shirts and stuff. And there was this woman sitting a gap away underneath a tree to the entrance of behind the school with papers in her hand. She had a gentleman there with her and whatever. But I thought that was kind of strange. Anyway, I spent some time by my mom. I came back out and I stopped and I asked her, I said, well, you got a Voter'S this day or something? No. I think she knew where I was coming from. She was just checking off to make sure that the workers report for work. That was strange to me because if you're checking for the workers, you'll be at the front of the school though. But it was my understanding that persons who actually voted in the Christchurch area for Adrian Ford, she was checking them off. A person actually, more than one person told me that, including my brother.
Wow.
So something up. People's intuitions are not normally wrong. If you have a gut feeling, more often than not, it is as you see it.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 cents. So we watch and we wait.
It is too much, Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, caller. Thank you. And again, if you're passing there tonight, Ernie can take a picture of those because you don't want them to go and take it down.
I am meant St. George. No, if I had known this
Well,
before,
anybody
I would have
in-
asked my daughter to take them.
Anybody in any of those constituencies you hear where there were Ryan, we're talking Neil Rowe, right there on
Neil
the
Rowe?
highway, yeah?
He's on the highway going down to university, Sandra Husbands and the Prime Minister's. There's if you turn it into Wanstead on the pass today by the stoplight, they're there.
Right. So we're going to fight them.
No problem.
Thank you so much, CG.
All right, you're welcome. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to play on here, but I want to, there's somebody in the chat. No, this is the thing that I really want somebody to help me. Deborah Bowen, are you listening? This is the thing that I don't understand. I will be removing you from the chat, right? For sure. And the only reason is not because you have a different view. It is because of what you're doing is just so wrong. We are here talking about people who did not get a chance to vote. And you come into the chat to talk about a 30 love and talk about BLP winning. Do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize there can be an injunction to this entire election? I have to ask you that. Because what you're doing doesn't make sense. And what you're saying doesn't make sense. Yes, we are. Yes, but it's freedom of speech. But listen to me. You're not contributing to the discussion. Do you realize that? You're off on another tangent. Your comments are very insensitive to those who did not get to vote. Do you realize that? So what you're saying is that your party should win at whatever cost? That can't be what you're saying. That can't be what you're saying. Yeah, I know I was going to block her, but I wanted to have that conversation with her because I want people to understand that. So there's a caller, but I want the caller to welcome to the Marcia Week show. Can you call me?
The posters on the pole, the billboards, they have big billboards, but all down around the paper place. So the main billboards, not posters.
And only DLP has billboards up?
No, but by the gas station at Playground Road.
Okay, I see. I see. Yes. Okay. But do you know that the posters are not supposed to be up either? Yeah, but I'm just telling you, by law, the posters have to be taken down as well.
Right.
It's not just the billboards. The posters need to be done. All right? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Yes, thanks. Yes, good night. Welcome to the Marcia Week show.
Hi, Marcia. Good night.
Good
Marcia
night.
and the lawyer opposition.
Yes, good night.
I just want to bring your guys' attention to something. Some folks probably seem not to remember. Do you guys remember the last election? Who was the head of the EBC?
I don't remember the name. I know it was a BLP person.
Correct. So this is why we got a confused list. And now where do this person sit? Is a person sitting on the head of the judiciary?
What?
The same person is sitting on the head of the judiciary.
You're serious?
Yeah. The same person that was the head of the EBC is sitting on the head of the judiciary today.
Oh yes, isn't that I could see him now. He has a very light-skinned guy with the curly hair.
Correct. Correct.
Leslie Haynes.
So this is correct. This is where the list got confused. It was purposely
Oh
done
my God.
because they think people don't pay attention. See, everybody forget because of the noise, but you got to go
Yes.
back to what happened.
But caller, that's that
He
because
was the one that disenfranchised the voters from COVID.
oh, so they
But he
were
refused
really
to let
trying
them
to
vote.
steal. They were really trying to no, it's him. They were really trying to steal this election. Oh my
Correct.
God.
You know, I live in St. Philip and I'm on the list for Christchurch.
Have you voted in St. Philip before?
Well, I'm currently in New York, so I
Right.
couldn't vote.
But when you vote, you normally vote in St. Philip?
No, Christchurch.
But then they put you
You see,
on.
but when I got the new ID, it was changed to St. Philip. Because I remember getting the new ID, they say you have to vote where you're living. You can't vote in your childhood, neighborhood, or community anymore.
They said you have to vote where you're living.
Correct.
But
Because you know,
then,
a lot of people were voting where they grew up or where they were born, but they didn't live in those constituencies anymore.
but look at Mr.
But with the
Thorne.
new
But
ID,
Mr. Thorne,
they make a lot of changes.
Mr. Thorne was he wasn't able to vote where he's living. So I don't know what the
Yeah,
rule
like I
is.
said, the list was purposely done like that. They purposely tampered with the list.
See? I want the observers to see. I want the observers to see. The observers who are here, they came from CARICOM, so I don't even know if they have any teeth. They might be her friends. They might be Mia Motley's friends. Oh my goodness. Caller, thank you. You just drop a bomb there on me. Thank you,
Yes.
caller.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, good night.
Good night. Where is I had seen Alwyn. I don't see him anymore. While Dr. Ferdinand is setting up to come on, Dave, go ahead and play what we have there. Thank you so much. No audio.
Here I have lived since 2004, and I was informed that I'm actually registered in Christchurch South, which is Rendezvous. I have not lived in Rendezvous since 2004. They were urging me to go to Rendezvous to vote, but the position I take is that to vote in Rendezvous is to commit fraud, certainly as it relates to my address. So I consider that I have been denied the right to vote due to an administrative error by the Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
This is your polling station for the time you're living at this area?
Well, my wife and I live in the same house, and we occupy all the same rooms jointly. And she voted here today. So that if she voted here, I would want to assume that I would be allowed to vote here, though I'm not in a different constituency. The house is not that large. The house is in Christchurch East. And as I said, we've lived there since 2004. I don't know why you would have two members of the same family in two different constituencies. So I consider that I have been denied the right to vote. Well, it is very disappointing, obviously, and it is just another one of the many errors that the EBC has committed today, because it appears as if many people have been denied the right to vote today. But the position I take is that if one person is denied that right, that is one person too many. Letters have gone out to deceased persons. I have received copies of 2 letters inviting deceased persons to vote, and they have died 5 years ago. So it is clear that in the mad rush to conduct an election, the EBC has been caught in a state of unpreparedness, And that unpreparedness has resulted in the disenfranchisement of many people today. And that is quite unfortunate. We feel vindicated, though, that we took the position that the process was rushed, and it was rushed to the disadvantage of too many people. And as I've said, if it is one person, it is one person too many.
Wow. Oh my goodness, this is confusion. And we are here on the Marcia Week show this evening. I see join me from Boston is Adrian Hines. And right here in Barbados, we have Alwyn Bab, and we also have Dr. Ferdinand. And so I've been holding the fort for a little bit. Alwyn, are you okay now, technically? Can you, Alwyn, say something so we can know if you're okay? Let's check your audio. Alwyn, good morning.
I am hoping.
Yeah, are you far away from the box?
Boy, I'm not okay.
No, not yet. Not yet. Yes. Let's try. Who is that? Dr. Ferdinand. Hello. Let's try your audio, Dr. Ferdinand.
Okay. Are you picking me up okay?
Yes, there was like a wind that was coming in.
Okay, that may have been off my fan. Are you still getting it, or is it okay?
Are you settled now? You settled there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yes, that's good. How about Adrian Hines? Good evening.
Hello from cold Boston. Well, I'm not really in Boston. Cold Rhode Island. Very cold.
Rhode Island. Okay.
Good evening. Good evening, Adrian.
Good evening.
Good to have you.
Welcome to both of you, gentlemen. The Marcia Week show. We are just things are just happening as we're on. We're having some challenges here with the voters list. A lot of controversy with the voters lists, where there were several persons who complained that they were denied the right to vote today. Even the leader of the opposition didn't vote today because he was sent to another where he normally would vote, he and his wife. They could not he could not vote there today because there's a lot of administrative errors with the voters list. You guys take it away. Who's going to go first? Dr. Ferdinand, you want to jump in?
Well, I've been following the entire thing for the entire day, so to speak, Marcia, and following the show earlier this afternoon. And on Facebook, I'm seeing so many people. I'm sure, Adrian, on your page, I've seen you commenting on this matter as well on the page on the Facebook. But I have seen a number of people who have complained about not being able to vote where they normally would be. As a matter of fact, there are people who checked online, registered online, confirmed their voting location online through the EBC website. And when they arrived at their polling station, they were unable to vote because they were not on the list. And there are people who were directed by circular, and this is by EBC circular, and also by circular that was sent. I received several circulars from the Barbados Labour Party telling me where my voting location is supposed to be. And people who had received these circulars went to vote, not only from them, but also from the EBC, and were unable to vote because their name was not on the list in the location that they were directed to go to vote. So it's quite a concerning matter. Adrian, I'm sure you'll have quite a bit to say about this because, of course, this, to my mind, I believe has significant legal ramifications.
Hi. Good night, Dr. Ferdinand. Trust that all is well with you and your wife and family. See you're back in Barbados, so I'm assuming the best. I was listening to Brass Tacks today, and I usually post a lot of stuff on their WhatsApp, not for them to be read, although they do read quite a bit online. I wish they wouldn't. I just post there. But this one moderator, she likes to respond to my stuff, and we had a little bit of back and forth. And she was on with a caller, and she agreed with the caller that this needs to be challenged in court. And she's a lawyer, so I think that is the next step. However, I keep saying this, the way things are in Barbados, the way things are with this current prime minister, and the reach of the tentacles of her office throughout Barbados, both in government and outside of it, I don't think much will come of it. That's the truth. But um, we still have to do this and have it on record that there's X amount of people that had this problem. So, as for one, to get beyond the nonsense that the prime minister used to bring the CARICOM observers in, trying to suggest it was as a result of Thorne's comments, they definitely needed to be here. Quite a matter. There should have been others. I don't trust the CARICOM observers, and I'll get into that at a later time. But there should have been others of a more international and more nonpartisan standard, because there is a link between Red Labor, which Motley runs, and CARICOM and the CARICOM Secretariat. And it's throughout the Caribbean. And there's proof to this in many articles that have been written about it. So definitely, yes, observer missions, credible observer missions were necessary to be in Barbados. And I made this statement long before Thorne made his comments, long before Motley decided to do that. She probably got it from, because I post on a lot of BLP websites as well. But she obviously bastardized it to bring it in as an attempt to discredit Thorne. But it was necessary. Added to this is that I also spoke about the wrongness of having an enumeration exercise of the magnitude that we had, 8,200 people that they were looking to determine whether to keep them on or off, so close to an election.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So close to an election. And, granted, the EBC doesn't know when elections are called, but everybody in Barbados at the time they started this process were of the opinion that an election would be called early 2026, right? And if they were doing due diligence, they would have known this, and they would have known that such a large exercise was not in their best interest. I believe, and I will start with this answer first approach, that this was all deliberate, and that's what my investigation will start with, to prove or disprove the deliberateness of what has transpired on today's election.
Yeah, yes, I think that is what when you look at it, it seems that it's something that's deliberate. I must say that one of the things that convinced me about this is this man Leslie Haynes, and I'm speaking my opinion. It's not any fact. It's my opinion. My opinion, Dr. Ferdinand and Adrian, is that Leslie Haynes appears to be the hand of the prime minister. He seems to be like a broom or a mop, okay? A tool. And you watch him over pensions. You remember when he was over the pensions board? He seemed to be the hand. He was over the EBC when the people were disenfranchised last time. They brought him back and they put him back there. They moved him as a chief justice. So the judiciary becomes shrouded under this cloud of, something is wrong. It's not. He seems to be, this is my opinion of you, sir. My opinion of you, based on what I see, is that it appears to me that you do the bidding of the prime minister. You're a tool. You're a mop. You're a broom. You're a hand. You're a something to be used. That's how it seems to me.
They all do. What we are experiencing since 2018 by this prime minister is a bastardization of Westminster. Granted, Westminster is all about centralizing the power of the parliament, the power of government, the power of the cabinet during the life of parliament for good governance. It's a good intent. But when you have megalomaniacal, narcissistic leaders, that has always been the issue with Westminster. When you have a prime minister, an office of the prime minister with all the powers of that office, and it is occupied by an individual obsessed with power, this is the type of governance you get, where the use of pensions and patronage, which is allowed in Westminster, in order to fill various government posts, um, is in the hands of someone like Motley, you get this type of governance, you get this type of activity where people are put in positions not on merit, not on qualifications, even though those individuals could have on merit and by qualifications get the institution, get the appointment. There are nevertheless, the core reason they're getting it is allegiance to the leader, the prime minister, right? And that's what we are having today. That's when when you hear me say that the tentacles of the office of the prime minister goes deep and wide, this is what you get. When you hear me say that, yes, this should go to the law courts, but I personally don't believe anything will come of it. It is because I believe the appointments, the associations, the relationships, the fears, right, of potential victimization will lead people not to do justice, not to do right, but to do the bidding of the leader, right? That's what we have. Westminster, the royal prerogative, as in England, the royal prerogative was taken away from the monarch and given to the office of the prime minister. A prime minister in Westminster has awesome, awesome powers, more powers than a president of the United States within each individual jurisdiction. What a prime minister wants, they get. And this prime minister, as I said, she's not doing anything illegal, right? She's just exercising the awesome powers of the office in a way that we've never seen before, naked and to our face. And that's why I've been preaching for the longest time that people need to get familiar with Westminster to understand what can happen, as is happening today under this lady. It's a cancer, and she's proving that she's not going anywhere, and that by hook or by crook, she is going to be the leader, and that's what we're saying today.
Wow. Listen, I am telling you, I am still getting messages here in my phone, but that's a great explanation, Adrian. And you could, as you rightly say, you could go to court, but what's going to really come of it when he is also the Chief Justice? This thing is rigged. Dr. Ferdinand, I know Alwyn is trying his very best, but having a difficulty coming in. You remember, Dr. Ferdinand, where Mr. Thorne made a big issue of this because he saw that this was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But any well-thinking person could have seen it, right? Any well-meaning person could have seen that there are going to be some administrative issues. We are rushing. We're not ready. But they didn't listen to Mr. Thorne. In fact, he was ridiculed. Your thought on that, Dr. Ferdinand?
Well, to be honest with you, Marcia, it is my personal belief that the Prime Minister was well aware of the complications that would have occurred. I do not believe that this has caught her by surprise. I don't believe that this is something that she did not anticipate. She knew this was going to happen. And I believe she has her mechanisms put in place in order to counter any opposition that may arise. And as you have rightly said, Adrian, unlike the U.S. system, and personally, what I like about the U.S. system is that the aspect of the separation of powers is not in the hands of the president. You have the Congress, you have the Senate, you have the judiciary, you have the president. The president cannot appoint a judge. That he can recommend, but that judge has to be placed before, I think it's the Senate. I don't know. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the Senate that the nominees have to go before, and the Senate has the power to confirm or to deny and if they deny the candidate, the president has to find somebody else to bring to the Senate again. But in the context of the Westminster system, although we hear the talk about the separation of powers, the reality is exactly what you have said. The powers and under the Constitution, this is one of the reasons that we have been advocating a revolution of the Constitution to present a Republican Constitution that takes into consideration all these areas of concern and decentralizes the power of the Prime Minister, as we would see in the case of the United States, where the president is concerned. Now, I'm not suggesting by any stretch of the imagination that the American system is perfect, but certainly in the context of what we're discussing, it is better, where that overall power that the Westminster system vests. And as you said, Adrian, we are watching it play out right now in the United Kingdom, where there is deep concern between the rift, where the rift is concerned between the King, King Charles, and the Prime Minister. And these are things that should be concerning for us as Barbadians and Caribbean people, really, because I believe the entire Caribbean operates under the Westminster system. I am not aware. I think I'm not sure about Guyana, Adrian. You might be able to shed a bit more light on that than I might be aware of. But I'm pretty sure that the rest of the Caribbean operates on the very similar Westminster system. And yes, it has served well. The intent is there. But the reality is that we have had, especially in the context of our Prime Minister, the presence of an individual who, as Owen Arthur aptly described, is despotic. And I heard you use a word just now, Alwyn, narcissistic. And I have to conclude that, because the fundamental meaning of a narcissist is that they're virtually unchangeable. It is almost that no matter what you say to them, no matter how much evidence, proof, anything you bring to them, they will stick on what they are saying as the gospel truth, as we would put it. Even if all the evidence placed before them shows that they're wrong. No, that's the fundamental position of a narcissist. As I said, I really personally believe the Prime Minister is aware of this. She knew what was going to happen. She has the mechanisms in place to deal with this and to counter this. She has a lot of influence over the judiciary, which is unfortunate. And I would hope that somewhere along the line, people's consciences will prevail, and that people will do what is the right thing. It may be naive of me to think of that, but I have heard of one or two people who have parted company with them. I mean, we have, for example, Adrian, Anthony Woods, who was formerly a member of the Arthur Cabinet and a member of the Barbados Labour Party for many, many years. He's professionally an economist. He lectures at the University of the West Indies. He has scrutinized everything to do with the operations of government, and he has been exceptionally objective in his analyses as to how he sees the operation of the government and the Prime Minister. And I'm thankful for at least a couple of objective people such as Mr. Woods. But it should concern all Barbadians that we do run the risk, in my view, at this instance, of not having things resolved in a manner that would be to the benefit of the Barbadian populace. And that should be deeply concerning.
Yeah. Adrian, I was just, I left to get a cup of tea. In all honesty, I'm running on E here. But,
that's enough, Adrian, Marcia. E is for enough, not necessarily empty.
But while I was there, I was saying to Dave, I said, could we really, should we really believe that Motley could be this corrupt and wants to hold on to power that much? That could it be that she would really rig this election? We're asking questions. I don't know. I was there pouring the tea, and I'm thinking, and I thought out aloud. I said, could she really be that corrupt? And if so, I mean, is this a person they wanted to run the UN? To be the chairman of the United Nations? And if it is that she didn't get the job, did they miss a bullet? I'm all these things. I am. Adrian, you think, if we're asking questions, could she be actually that corrupt in wanting to hold on to power that this is orchestrated? You think so? I'm genuinely asking.
I'll start with this. In Westminster, right? The word patronage is used a lot with reference to what a prime minister is allowed to do.
Mm-hmm.
When you dig deeper to the understanding of the word patronage, and then you look at the definition of corruption, and then you look at the practices of prime ministers in the UK, in Australia, wherever Westminster is practiced, you
Mm-hmm.
begin to see a gelling of corruption and patronage, or patronage and corruption. So I'm going to use the word patronage because I know people like to throw around labels, threats, and I am not I, I I'm not even going to go into that. But so I'm going to use the word corruption. So I'm going to use the word patronage because, as I said, it's a fine line between patronage and corruption. So can the prime minister use patronage to affect an election? Can the prime minister use patronage to get what she wants? But that's what she's been doing for 2018, since 2018. And the use of patronage is not something that's unique to her, right? It's not unique to her. Patronage has been used throughout the length and breadth and time of adult suffrage whenever we've had premiers or prime ministers. They've always used it. I'll give you one instance. I know I'm going off on a tangent, but I'll give you one instance that a certain gentleman came on Brass Tacks a couple years ago and made comments with regards to El Barra and what El Barra did for him. It was a glowing tribute, but nevertheless, it was an example of patronage crossing that fine line to corruption. It had to do with him going with El Bar to some location and saying to El Bar, I want this location to build some factory or something like that. And El Bar said, okay, I'll make sure it's done. And his words was, he got it. He got it. Right? That's the power of a prime minister that people like because it's a positive thing in that regard. Right? But that same power can be used negatively or for self-interest. And that is the problem that we are seeing in 2018, right? With regards to using patronage to affect the outcome of an election, of course, there is so much writing, so many people writing on the hope that Motley continues to be the prime minister. All those consultants across the length and breadth of government, right? All those hangers on as a result of their support got some level of patronage, whether it's a job, whether it's an appointment to be a JP or an award for regathering. All of these things leads to patronage and the willingness of people to do the bidding of the prime minister, right? So yes, there is a lot riding on this for a lot of people down the chain, down the food chain of access to the public trough. There's a lot of people, especially under this government, a lot of people are writing on Motley being reelected so that they can continue to enjoy the life that they've been enjoying since their appointment somewhere between 2018 and 2026. So yes, patronage can be used to ensure that Motley continues to be the prime minister because there's a lot writing on it. Her responsibilities internationally and all the responsibilities she has to these people who are feeding off of the government's public trough. So two last things. You were correct, Dr. Ferdinand, that yes, the Senate is responsible for confirming judges, federal judges, and also that the US system does have its challenges. We're not using the US system here as a panacea for the resolution of the issues that are confronting Barbados governance. Definitely not. But there should be a clear separation of, as a matter of fact, Westminster is about mixed government. That's why we have the cabinet within the parliament, and there is no clear delineation because we have parliamentarians functioning as cabinet members, right? Which is a problem in itself. I can go into detail about that. That's a problem in itself. So that this mixed government, the intent was for good governance, has led to poor governance in Barbados. and actually in quite a few places where Westminster is practiced without serious adaptations to the needs of that particular country. Canada's Westminster is different than Barbados Westminster, is different than Australia Westminster, and a lot of people have this problem of trying to determine or trying to say that Westminster is Westminster. It is not, and that's why I'm always clear in saying our Barbados's adaptation of Westminster is the problem. No, we don't have to get rid of Westminster. We can make changes to it. It will still be Westminster. Singapore's version of Westminster is completely different than ours, right? But it's still considered Westminster, but there's no willingness. That's the problem. There's no willingness because, as I said, Motley would have said things that give the impression that she was more about democracy. Unfortunately, she said that when she was ousted as leader of the opposition, when she got kicked, when she got booted, all of a sudden she understood the importance of widening representation, to have at large representatives across constituencies, to separate cabinet ministerial portfolios from parliamentary portfolios, which is absolutely necessarily needed. She saw all of these things until she became prime minister and realized that she has all of this power. And you know what they say about power, right?
Yes,
Absolute power corrupts.
absolute power.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's a human feeling. That's a human feeling, and therefore all of these grand things that she had when she was ousted as leader of the opposition no longer pertains in her mind. As a result, having the ability to make those changes with all the power that she has, having all 29 seats, whatever, an overwhelming majority that could overcome the 2/3 majority for certain parts of the Constitution, to make certain parts of the changes to the Constitution. She is no longer interested in that because she's enjoying the power that she has and she's exercising all of it and then some, to the point where some people are saying, man, this is illegal. This is not right. Anyway.
But it's part of the system. Well, we're here discussing and waiting on some results, right? And we're waiting. I know that Mr. Alwyn Bob, he's going to be our eyes and ears, and he's going to be reporting what's happening outside there. For us, because we don't have a feed coming in here. We're not going to bring Star coming here for sure. And I don't know. We'll have to find something that we'll be able to get it inside the studio. But Alwyn Bob is getting that information for us, and we are going to be able to discuss it as it comes in. But Anthony Hines here. Anthony Hines is saying something. Could she really be that corrupt? They're withholding and are unreasonably delaying life-saving medical assistance from an outspoken political opponent. Is that an allegation there? By who? Who is withholding? And who are unreasonably delaying life-saving medical assistance from an outspoken political opponent? Who is doing that? The media has refused to report the situation although the government and the courts accept my medical situation as immediate. That's Anthony Hines. We can speak as much as we want, but when an individual publicly speaks of attempted government-assisted genocide and due to party loyalty is ignored by the people, both sides, where does the issue lay? I'm not sure I understand it, Anthony, completely. So you have a medical issue, and you think that there is unreasonable delay of life-saving medical assistance by whom? By the government? Yeah. Okay. He said, Anthony saying it's incomplete. Well, you can give us a call, Anthony, 236-7000. Give us a call. As you are, please don't call any name. You can say government if it's a government, and just tell us what is happening with you. We'd like to know.
Yeah,
I'm being told, Dr. Ferdinand, that the boxes are being counted right now. Peter Wickman predicted DLP. What? That DLP would get 3 or 4 seats. He's always predicting. I thought they had said it was 30 love before.
Marcia. I have stated on a couple of occasions, and Adrian, I think you would bear me out on this. For whatever people think of Donald Trump, like him or hate him, the prediction was that he would never be president in 2016. Does anybody recall that? There was also another prediction that he would not be president in 2024, but he served as president in 2016, and he's serving as president in 2026. And the predictions came from all the well-known polls, pundits, you name it. Everybody who was an expert in the realm of politics and polls and whatnot predicted he would not be president. So I don't take any predictions or polls or anything from any scientific aspect or anything, because at the end of the day, you cannot determine what an individual's position is with regards to any matter. You can do all of that if you care to do it. But at the end of the day, elections come down to the decision of the individual when they walk into that polling station and put that X on that ballot sheet. Now, I can't really say that today we had no problems at all, Marcia, with myself, my wife, my son, voting. We walked in, everything flowed beautifully, easily, and we went in, did our voting, and we came back out. But clearly, there have been problems, and and I was looking it up, Adrian, as you were speaking, in the Chat GPT, Marcia actually speaks of a modified Westminster system in Barbados, suggesting that it is not the Westminster system that is normally being used, and vests significant power within the context of the Prime Minister over the Cabinet, over the Parliament, over the Director of Public Prosecutions, who is supposed to be independent, over the Auditor General, who is supposed to be independent, influence over the courts, which is supposed to be independent, and other integrity bodies. And I just found it very interesting, even in the context of the president, because remember, the president is appointed by the Prime Minister.
Yes.
At the end of the day. So if the president doesn't roll with what the Prime Minister wants, the Prime Minister can disappoint the president. So unless you're dealing with people who have exceptionally strong constitutional integrity, and as you said, Adrian, I remember distinctly when Arthur lost government in 2008. I remember the same people sitting in Parliament with her today, with the exception of a couple of them, called on him to come back and take the helm of the BLP. Otherwise, the party would have disintegrated. And also to take the helm of the opposition. Otherwise, the party would have disintegrated. And these are things that we have to understand, the power that is vested in the Prime Minister within the context of Barbados. Her capacity to dictate and influence, and we have never seen this before, to be honest with you, Marcia. We've had Errol Barrow as Prime Minister, Grantley Adams as Prime Minister, St. John as Prime Minister for a very short period of time. When Arthur, Frundle Stewart, Erskine Sandiford, David Thompson, we have never seen this played out with any of, and mind you, Marcia, people like Tom Adams were very powerful political figures.
Mm-hmm.
Errol Barrow was not a joke. If you talk with people who served in the context of Errol Barrow's administration, he was not a joke. He was not easy. Neither was Tom Adams. But we have never seen the violation, so to speak, of the office as we are witnessing today.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Dr. Ferdinand, taking us down that memory lane a little history there. Alwyn Bob is telling us that the boxes are now arriving at some of the counting stations, and that it will be some time before we get results. But we are, believe me, we are monitoring. And, somebody said they were watching, is it BOB or listening to BOB, and Clyde Maskell was there talking about all the great things that the BLP has accomplished. I'm so glad I'm not listening to that.
Me too.
Right now.
Me too.
While we're waiting, I have to do this before the night, we go anywhere, before the results start. Anybody listen to Mr. Thorne last night? Adrian, did you listen to Mr. Thorne online when he took off the gloves?
Yeah,
No,
I
listen.
certainly did.
Yep.
And
Listen,
I
Yep.
I want to I want to say something first on
okay.
it, that I was there, right? Gentlemen, let me go first. I was there, and my husband will tell you, I started to get so nervous because I know that is really not like Mr. Thorne.
No.
And he was trying all week and he was holding back himself. And I said, oh God, Mr. Thorne, you're doing this on the last night. Suppose it's going to, people get mad and votes, you're going to lose votes. Don't go there. Oh Lord, I was praying. I was nervous. I walked away. I was so
Me too.
nervous for
Me
him.
too.
I was so nervous for him because I know this is not his normal style. But afterwards, I thought back on it, and as I got back close to where he was speaking, I realized why it was necessary for him to do it.
Yes. Mhm.
And why it was necessary, even though it was uncomfortable, why it was necessary is because of the fact that a lot of us, over the years, well, not me anymore, but we had this thing of the prime minister in our head that she is so brilliant. She is like one of a kind. She is, she's brilliant, and she's able to. She can do, she's at one point, it's like a lot of people believe she's the only person who could really, really be the prime minister. There's nobody else here, So he needed to do that. I don't know how other people feel about it. What Mr. Thorne did, whether you thought it was a little iffy or it was necessary or what. Who's going to go first?
Well, I was there on the ground. I was next to the stage. I was standing with Reverend David Urant and another member of the Democratic Labour Party. And I began to feel a little uncomfortable because I was thinking to myself, last night, the people want to hear what the DLP is going to do when they assume office as government. Maybe you should spend some time addressing the manifesto and the things and how you're going to get it done. And I was beginning to get a bit uncomfortable myself. I mentioned it to David. David was, the Reverend Durant was thinking about the same line. And then the gentleman standing up next to us began to express something like along the lines of what you just said. And I turned to David and I said, okay, I think I understand the strategy right now. I think he's beginning to expose the fact that she is not so highfalutin, as we would put it, that she would be a stretch above everybody else. When you look at her educational level and so forth, there are other people as brilliant or more brilliant than she is in the country. And that is at the point which I began to settle down and really listen to what he was saying. But it was a little uncomfortable at first for me.
Yeah, I was like you, and it wasn't until the very end, or even when I got home, I was still on pins and needles about it. Adrian, I know you. You're gonna see.
So in 2018, in 2018, when the DLP started a process of pulling back, peeling back the onion, so to speak, on Motley's academics. It was unfortunate that they allowed the pundits to win the day with regards to they claiming it was disgusting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm.
I think they could have won that, but they didn't do due diligence, right? There are people in the Democratic Labour Party that trained in England, understand the English academic world. And I don't have any access to that. I know about the American academic world and how easy it is, or the process it is, to fact check somebody who claims to have a law degree or any degree for that matter, and you have concerns that that might not be the case. I don't know the process for doing that in the UK, but I still think that needs to be done. And here's why. Now, after that, and after her supporters and pundits won the day against the DLP with regards to them questioning whether she had a law degree or not, she wrote on that by producing a letter signed by Earl Barrow and Henry Ford. And this letter had to do, because it was two things. We don't know if you have a law degree, and you clearly don't have an LEC, a legal education certificate. That is after you've gotten your LLM or LLB, you then have to train to be a lawyer, and that's where the LEC comes in. Um, so what she did was to say, I don't have an LEC because I didn't need an LLC. When the requirement for LLC came in, I was already admitted to the bar, the traditional where senior lawyers can present you to the bar. And that's what she said. She produced a letter signed by Errol Barr and Henry Ford. And then Henry Ford, who was alive at the time, wrote a letter to the media corroborating what she had said. So she got past the LEC requirement. She didn't need it, and therefore not a problem there. But I thought if she's going to produce a letter explaining her LEC, why didn't she produce her law degree? That was part of the argument too. She never produced it. Never produced it. And I asked people, why isn't it somebody determining whether she's telling the truth or not? I mean, there is an institution in England that she purportedly went to school at that would have or have not or do not have a record of her ever attending, and if she did attend, of her ever being issued a degree. Let's prove this once and for all, and it's up for her to do it as well. But she never did. So last night, I put that to rest because I'm like, nobody in Barbados is interested in it. I don't live out there, so I ain't getting involved. But last night, when I hear about this 9 months, twice she went to the UK, right? The first time she came back, went to Queen's College, did her
Mm-hmm.
A-levels, whatever. The second time she was going back to do law, and this is where I hear that she spent 9 months doing nothing in the High Commission, the Barbados High Commission. 9 months, that was repeated. And I was so slow that after he had said it, I said, wait,
Where
9
from?
months? I said 9 months, and a
Hold a
whole bunch
minute.
of people.
Wait, hold,
Uh,
hold,
I
hold,
said,
Adrian.
well, no,
Hold a
I'm
minute.
good. I'm good. Trust me,
No,
I'm
hold
good.
a minute. I think Marcia trying to
No,
get
no,
a.
No, no, he
listen,
understands. He understands.
I'm a
Okay.
grown man. I know what I'm
He
doing. I
understands.
said,
He
I
understands.
said,
Go ahead.
I said 9 months, and a whole bunch of people tell me, boy, you slow, boy. That's what they say, boy, you slow, right? That's what was said publicly anyway. So I don't know why you guys are cautioning, but that's what was said
No,
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 publicly,
no.
no.
You go ahead.
right?
You're right.
Anyway, I know I'm not going to say to you, I'll send you guys some stuff that someone sent to me back in 2019 that I dismissed out of hand. But now that I'm hearing about this, what Thorne said about 9 months, that she only spent 9 months in the UK, I'm like, okay, maybe what this person was trying to tell me back then, there's some validity to it. And I'll send you that information and you can do with it what you believe. But I've always said that the aura around this woman is contrived. There is nothing there. And I continually, when I go on the internet and I ask people questions who say she's the greatest thing since sliced bread, I ask for evidence and nobody can give me evidence to prove why they feel this way. So I think it's all emotive, right? I think it's all belief, and that there's an absence of facts and ideas to corroborate this aura that she has been able to cultivate. Great. I mean, there's a test case there for people who want to develop their public image, that they can look to see what Molly has done to garner that, because she's done it. And I don't know how she was able to do it, because there's nothing there to go with it. So that's as much as I would say. But yeah, the last thing I would say about this is that this is part of the problem in Barbados, that
Mm-hmm.
charlatans can come in and assume high office in Barbados and not be questioned, and people are fearful of doing that. So I'll move on from that, but I just want to use this time that I have to just address three things that Dr. Ferdinand, you had mentioned. You talked about Trump defying the polls to come back to office, right? And you use that in reference to his beating back the polls. The polls were clearly saying that he was going to lose, and he won. Now, that is because there's a difference between the American citizen and the Barbadian citizen, right? There's been a while now that American citizens had come to realize that the way polls are done and published and spoken about in America, right? That the speaking about polling and what the polling means to the pollster plays a bigger part in the whole polling exercise than the actual polling itself. So Americans have come to that realization. So you would get a whole bunch of Americans telling pollsters, yeah, I'm going to do X. and they go away thinking that X is going to be the results, when in fact, those people deliberately lied to them, right? And went away doing Y. Barbadians are not there yet. As a matter of fact, that's the reason why the pollsters in Barbados and the political scientists in Barbados, the poli-sci scientists in Barbados, will always take to the media or be invited by the media to speak their opinions, hiding behind their academic trophies as having
Right.
some validity to their
Right.
opinions as facts when they are not. What
Right.
they're really doing is selling the idea of their opinions to the Barbadians as the facts. And therefore, what they say is going to be the reality becomes the reality because Barbadians, well, these men are educated. They know what they're talking about. They're always in the media. The media, there must be something correct about what they're saying. Let me follow suit. And that's what happens.
Right.
Polls
Right.
are
That's
talked
right.
up. Polls are talked up in Barbados. They are not talked up or believed in America.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Adrian. I wanted to also hear from the people who are the viewers while we're still waiting. So we're just talking now. We're talking now about the campaigns, looking at the campaigns of both. Let's now begin to look at some of what was said on the campaign trails of both. Or why am I saying both? It should be all of the campaigns, really. And so last night is fresh in all of our minds. I want to hear from the viewers. What are your thoughts about Mr. Thorne and he basically undressing? That might be the emperor last night. Let me hear anybody. Let me just read the comment section.
I found that was an interesting analogy.
What the analogy? Which one?
The one of the undressed emperor.
Yes. Hold that thought. There's somebody saying here that he should have done it at the beginning of the campaign. It would have put her behavior and her record of failure in context throughout the campaign. Well, I happen to think that Mr. Thorne strategically put it at the end of the campaign. I think he did that so that they didn't have any time to respond. It's just out there. That's what I think. Anybody has any thoughts on that, guys? Any of you? No?
All I know is you can't get a law degree in 9 months. That's all I would tell you guys. You can't get a law degree in 9 months.
Somebody, Pedro, you saying her father cleared that up? Okay, somebody said she's a barrister, accepted by the Queen.
Well, I did see a comment to do with her family being close to the Queen's family or something of that nature. Adrian, you know what? It's interesting what the information too that comes up while you're doing that, Mars, if I might. That she actually went to study in the UK at the London School of Economics and Political Science, and not necessarily at a facility that is exclusively legal or law. And she earned a bachelor's of law at that London School of Economics and Political Science. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
When you look at her history.
Yeah. Pauline, thanks to Dr. Freddie. And Pauline Holder is saying that it was uncomfortable.
There was a former DLP member of parliament, Dennis Law, I believe it was his name, that lived in the United States for a long period. And he went by the title doctor, suggesting that he had a PhD. And they got in parliament and made fun of it and said that they reached out to, I think it was the University of Michigan, and there was no record of him and all that stuff. They did that. So why is she so above everything that nobody can verify what she's saying. She didn't
why
prove it.
why
Yeah.
isn't this checked out? I agree with you.
I don't understand this. And people are so cautious and everything around her. It's like, and she's not, I mean, it's something as ridiculous as claiming that the former president of the United States, Barack Obama, was not a citizen. As silly as it was, right? He produced his birth certificate just to quell it, you know, the short version and the long version of it, you know. So why is this thing still hanging out there? Then you get a degree, you get a piece of paper, you get a parchment saying that you, whatever it says, you know, just show people and let this die and
pull
go
it and
away.
deliver it. And end the conversation.
And end the conversation. I think that's what
right.
Dennis Lowe had to do in the end to prove to these people that, yeah, I do have this piece of paper here. I have this academic trophy to show that I did go through this program and I was successful. And at the end of it, they gave me this piece of parchment. What's so wrong and what's so wrong with asking her to do the same?
You're raising a very important point there that and we in the Caribbean a lot of times we don't hold people to the standard that we need to hold them at, and we are allowing them to make the narrative, you know, to say who they are to us. You know, I come before you and I say I am this and I've done this, etc. And you're gonna just believe my CV because I can talk fast and I talk good and I can laugh with you and I can break in a little bit and you like me. So therefore, I must be what I am saying I am. Pauline Holder was saying that she was a little uncomfortable with it, but this morning, as I reflected and discussed with my siblings, we concluded it was timely and necessary.
Yes.
That's how it grew on me as well. To be honest, let me see if I anything else, Mr. Bob. I'm not seeing anything else.
You know, Adrian, you're absolutely correct within the context of producing a piece of paper. You know, people have even questioned me on the matter of my doctorate. And my doctorate is an honorary one. I have a certification from the Academy of Universal Global Peace that I have presented to my fellowship. I presented to more than one organization that shows honorary doctorate and several other certificates of excellence and so on because of the work that I've done within the context of ministry. And to my mind, it's as simple as that. If you have these criteria, if you have these accolades, so to speak, and it's questioned, the easiest way to put it to rest is simply produce the document, and that's the end of the matter.
Yeah,
there's no more discussion necessary.
Yeah, I don't understand, but I do. But it's just sad that this is still out there. But it, you know.
But again, you know, maybe it's a matter. I see somebody talking about the aspect of the pedigree of persons qualified. But you know, again, Adrian. Sometimes these positions are used to try to elevate a person above anybody else, to make everybody else think they're subservient or at a lower level than they are. You know, and to me, it is not the title that makes a person; it's the person really that makes a title. You know, you stand alone on your own integrity and qualification as an individual. The accolades that you receive are as a result of what you have actually done and what you've become. And very often, and I must tell you, I'm very grateful for the people that God placed around me that has assisted me in every single thing I do. What I've observed over the last several years, I don't know what your observation is, but what I've observed over the last several years is that whenever there's something wrong in a ministry, the Prime Minister has to speak. And the minister is a stand-by individual. If it's the Ministry of Housing, she's talking. If it's the Ministry of Health, she's the person who goes and tours the hospital and speaks. If it's the Minister of Tourism, she is there. If it's the attorney, look at the matter on crime. The person who should have been addressing the country on crime is the Attorney General, but she's sitting. The Attorney General is sitting there like a pawn. And all the other people sitting around her, the Deputy Prime Minister. The only person who spoke, as far as I recall, on that press conference was the Prime Minister. And it speaks volumes to me because it says that you don't have confidence in the team of people that you have brought around you, so to speak, because they're elected. You choose them out of the Parliament to be in the cabinet, and they're sitting in the cabinet, but you don't have the confidence for them to be able to have a constituency meeting without you present. You have to be there. And Adrian, I think you know very well that when a leader is present in any environment, people tend to be intimidated a bit by the presence of the leader, and they don't talk freely. I find that even in terms of a simple matter as a church, where a pastoral individual or church leader is present, the congregants don't speak up quite easily. Take you out of the equation, man, they have a field day of conversation. And I think that is where much of the problem has arisen, because she has controlled every single ministry. That is where the problem has arisen.
Yeah, I agree. Her style is completely different than the intent. Well, I shouldn't say that because actually
I think
Yeah, he seemed
okay, is he back?
no,
the people
we're good.
the
I was
people
thinking
wanted
I
a
was stuck.
king
Okay.
or a monarch without the monarchy. And he said that in reference to politics in Barbados. And when I heard it, I laughed because this is the same individual who would want to say that they are against the monarchy and that we should have a Republican constitution to reflect that we are a republic. But here he is, seemingly supporting the idea of a strong leader in the context of Westminster. And the context of Westminster, people all have to understand how Westminster came about. At its core, Westminster as a governance system came about because over the generations, over the centuries, the English people had a fondness for the monarchy. But during those periods, they've had monarchs that were not nice people. And the English, being the people that they are, found a way to have both a monarchy, as we currently have, but without the royal prerogative, which is now within the prime minister's office.
Yes.
So they have this dollhouse of a monarchy with succession rights, but not the royal prerogative. The royal prerogative lives with the prime minister. The king cannot do as he pleases. The king in today's England is a ceremonial monarch, as is the president in Barbados, because we are following Westminster, even though we call ourselves a republic, right? So, and I always go back to this. As Allen wrote, he said it very clearly because he was doing a contrast between Westminster as practiced in Barbados and the presidential system as practiced in the US, where he made the reference that a prime minister under Westminster has more power than a president has in the presidential system. And that's because, and actually to clearly define what he said a prime minister has most of the ancient powers, most of the powers of ancient monarchs of England. That should tell you, right? That should tell you something, that how can you have an entity centered to your government in a republic that has powers akin to that of a monarch? How can that be a republic? But as I said, Motley is exercising all the powers that is allowed under Westminster into the office of the prime minister. And this is what we are seeing. Everything truly. I know the Moyne Commission said this about Errol Barr, and they were right? And people thought he meant El Barrow, but it's really to the office of the prime minister.
Yes, that's
all roads lead to this prime minister.
Right.
All roads.
Thank you. Thanks again, guys. Just to update everybody, here is the actual number, 5470710. By the DLP. This is if you've been turned away from voting, this is the number to call. I'm going to ask you to take a screenshot of that. Have you been turned away from voting? Please call this number take a screenshot of it, write off the number, do what you need to do, so that you you can probably they're gonna get all the information together and do it as it like a class action thing. I'm not sure how that works, but go
No,
ahead, call, and if
no.
you've been turned away from voting, go ahead and give them a call, please.
I don't
Yeah.
think, Marcia, from what I understand, I raised the matter. What's his name again? The attorney at law, Garth Patterson. I had raised a question with him some years ago concerning the class action lawsuit. I don't think our legal system makes provision for it.
For that, okay.
I don't believe it does. I stand to be corrected. I'm not a lawyer by any stretch of the imagination.
Neither am I. So they will correct that,
Yes.
But the point is that there's a number that if you have been in any way you weren't able to vote today, or they had you going from one polling station to the next, the result being that you didn't get to vote, call this number on the screen. We are here waiting to see if there are any results that we can discuss. I'm not seeing anything, any results. We've sent out a note for Apostle to join us, and I'm hearing that probably Maxine McLean might be able to join us. So I'm waiting for them to be able to. I'm waiting for them to do that. Now let's look at the campaign overall. Adrian, were you able to see any of the BLP's last campaign? Yesterday was it last night? I happened to hear that they brought in, Vibes Cartel was brought in. They had somebody in from Trinidad, etc. For the DLP, they had a gospel artist that volunteered to come, wasn't paid at all, just so you know. So what are your thoughts generally of the two campaigns? I would note that Thorn campaigns did not have a whole lot of artistry. You didn't have anybody coming to sing, and it wasn't that. It was basically people speaking in between. They played their songs, a little bit of their songs, but there wasn't any. It didn't have any entertainment really. But on the other side, they had some entertainment, etc. Did that take away from the message? What about the crowd sizes? What can we compare or contrast? Anybody, Dr. Ferdinand or Mr. Hines?
Adrian, I'll let you go first.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll be short anyway because Marcy, I'm not the right person to ask that question to because I don't watch anything that the BLP puts on. I prefer to read what they're saying. I don't watch or listen to them except for the Prime Minister. I listen to everything she says, and I read everything else that they're saying. I don't go to their entertainment shows, and I listen to the DLP. Again, here I read more than I listen, because that's just who I am. I am not a easily entertained person. So people say what they want to say. I digest more by reading what they have said. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Adrian. Did you happen to see any of it, Dr. Ferdinand?
Not really. I'm a bit like Adrian in the sense that I really wanted to keep my spirit from being polluted in a real sense. And I tended to listen to a bit of what the Prime Minister had to say, but I tuned out pretty quickly because what I began to hear was just more political rhetoric and not factual. I found that a bit disingenuous in that sense, and I really didn't pay a whole lot of attention because, to me, you were promising just as you did 2018, 2022, and the old saying, the promise is a comfort to a fool. So I didn't want to be considered a fool, so I didn't pay much attention to that. But what I did find was that the Democratic Labour Party campaign focused on the issues. They did not have any trap-ins. It was a clear approach to what is happening in the country, what could be done to help to correct it, where they saw the government's failures, Fundamentally, those were the kind of things I saw. What I saw in terms of the Labour Party campaign was a lot of froth and a lot of sidetracking stuff, you know, all the music and all the party environment. I mean, I did watch a couple of videos of the closing night, and again, you know, people look at crowd, and I saw a mention on the Prime Minister's Facebook about look at people, but when you look at where their meeting was held in Bay Street, opposite the government headquarters, that is not a massive spread out of an area compared to the area up by Sky Mall, up by the Buster statue. If you were to take the crowd that we had and the number of cars that we had and put it into Bay Street, I don't think the people would hold in Bay Street at all on the basis. I also followed the online aspect, where their viewership was significantly more than the DLP viewership. But what I did note was that the number of likes on the DLP live was significantly more than those on the BLP live, which suggested to me that people seemed to like more what they were seeing on the Democratic Labour Party live event than they did on the BLP live event. These were things that we saw from the night of the launch of the campaign, not the campaign, the manifesto, sorry. You know, but I thought that the DLP ran a very focused campaign without any froth, and the Labour Party was just trying to justify and trying to, you know, show that they had done something. And the things that they were pointing to, everybody could clearly see were not done. You know, you're talking about roads being paved, and you're talking about increase in minimum wage for what, 21 cents? I mean, are we serious? You know, these are the ridiculous things that I just didn't pay any attention to their campaign.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Bob is here. I think we can only hear him. We can't see. Mr. Bob, good night. Mr. Bob, you have to unmute. Still not working. He's trying his best. We're trying with him. I see I see Apostle Canterbury here. Good night, Apostle.
Well, good night to you, ma'am. Pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you for the invitation, and special good night to Rev. It's good to see you.
Good night
and
to
also
you too.
To Adrian.
Good to see you.
Trust everything is going well. It's been a while, so it's good to be here on tonight, and looking forward to favorable outcome after today's proceedings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I would love for you to weigh in, you know, with this issue where some people were turned away from voting. Some people were, you know, sent to another polling station that they, you know, a place where they never voted in before. They felt they were given the run around, a lot of them frustrated. What are your thoughts about all of this controversy with the voters list?
If you remember, Madam Weeks, I brought this issue up in November on the show, where I asked for some type of investigation into the activity of the EBC. This was in November of last year. And right here on the show, I made it clear that from my investigations, the electoral list was not properly updated since 1996. Okay, and I felt, you know, even in my own investigative time, I went over to the EBC and spoke to a lady over there in relation to the list, and I was told that the list is supposed to be updated on the 31st of January every year, which again spells trouble because the election in 2022 was on the 19th of January. So that election was held before the list could have been updated. And now we have an election on the heels of this, and realizing that the electoral list was never in place. So they pretty much lied to the public in regards to their preparations for this election. The other element that is unfortunate is that the world is watching, the region is watching, The nation is watching, and for the very first time, we have an election here in Barbados that, in my opinion, should be declared unconstitutional. Everything was rushed. We are clear now that the electoral list was not in any condition to really facilitate this election. I remember I spoke to one lady who told me she lives in Black Rock. She's accustomed getting up and going to the Ellerslie Secondary School to vote. And when she got her circular, she was told she is now going to the Combermere School to vote. So this clearly shows that the EBC, number one, they were never ready with this list, and clearly that they've lied to the public, because Mr. Allen made it clear 2 weeks ago that the list was ready. In the Sunday Sun, now we're hearing that the list is now ready. And now we are actually in the election. We're finding out so many people, including the leader of the opposition, that he's being disenfranchised where this election is concerned. So unfortunately, the world has seen Barbados at its worst in an election of only 283,000 persons. They've seen Barbados at its worst, and that's one of the reasons why, in my investigation and understanding what's happening, my position in terms of being involved in this election is because I knew from the very beginning that it was not going to be pretty. And the Lord is directing me correctly again where these elements are concerned. And I really think that the EBC and the Mayor Motley-led administration must take serious responsibility for everything that's happened here in Barbados today.
Sorry, we're having a little technical to come back. Sorry about that. But listening to you, most definitely, yeah, you did bring up a lot of these issues on the show. And it is really somebody saying that it's a plot, to steal the election. And here we are here now. It's so much confusion.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. In fact, I was trying to show you a picture of the desperation of Mayor Motley, where she was in the sit-down, and she was in the back of a truck, the back of an open back, just driving so people could see her. Right. And but for some reason, I don't have Dave with me tonight, and so having some difficulty getting in. I don't know if did you see that, Adrian, with her in the back of a truck? You're muted.
Yeah, I didn't pay much attention. I did see something where there was like one of those I don't know what you call them, those aerial things, and they took a picture of, it looked like her in the back of a truck. I just moved on. As I said, pictorial evidence of anything with Motley, I don't really pay much attention to, but I listen to her or I read her statements. Her theatrics, her political theatrics doesn't really, get me. So again, sorry.
Yeah. Well, it matters. The people in St. John, they're concerned about it. They believe, that she is trying to, in their words, they believe that she's trying to do whatever she can to steal the election, steal the results of that election from Thorne, even though she's not running there, that she's there almost every single day. And even this election day, that she spent quite a bit of time there. And I would love to be able to show her in the back of this truck. I see you smiling there, Apostle. Any thoughts on that? Have you seen it? You're muted as well. I mute you guys because a noise comes through when you're not speaking.
Okay. But here's what I'm going to tell you. This is customary behavior from Mayor Motley. I think she recognizes in this election that she was caught with not sure if I should use the term with her pants down. I'm not sure, but I think she recognizes that calling this election was a very bad move. But throughout the elections, I know when Mr. Arthur was no longer with the Barbados Labour Party, in that election that was held when he ran as an independent, she was in St. Peter, paying large sums of money out to make sure that he did win his seat. And there were photographs of her actually in St. Peter handing money out.
That's what is the allegations these days, you know, because they're listening to the show. So this is what's alleged.
No, I'm telling you, it's not allegation. I saw the pictures.
You have them with you? If you
No,
have them,
I don't have them.
Then I have to say allegations because I haven't seen them. But keep going.
Because I ran against Owen Arthur as well here in St. Peter. And again, my position as being led by the Lord was really to start to stir people up and get people to get up and start being involved in this area of politics and to begin the work of, you know, taking Barbados back from the cliff that is pretty much going over. And I'm happy that right now we're seeing so many individuals who are, you know, taking that step to step into the political realm and try to bring Barbados back. But this has been a situation where I know of it clearly. I sat with one of the Democratic Labour Party stalwarts who invited me to lunch at his home when I first went into the political arena. And there are a number of things that he explained to me about the whole element of vote buy-in and different things. So I know for sure, over here in St. Peter, I think I remember stating that on the show that I literally saw monies being passed out in 6 minutes, and I spoke to a police officer because I had some of my personnel who were stationed at the Barbadian church there in 6 minutes during the election. And, you know, I had stopped there by Brady's bar and I saw what was going on. And I spoke to a police officer who was there at the time, and he told me point blank, he said, "Doc, listen, you want me to lose my job?" You know, and he said, "Do you want me to lose my job?" So we're at a point where not even the police force will intervene as it regards to people actively, you know, involved in vote buy-in and different things. So I wasn't surprised when I saw it there in St. John. Saw her there in St. John. I was not surprised because I know the reality is that even if Democratic Labour Party supporters win seats, and they will, one of the main things that she does not want is for Ralph Thorne to have his seat. That's the plan. Okay, so it's not stopping people from winning or, you know, from the other party winning. The issue is to make sure that Mr. Thorne does not get his seat, because she does not want that level of opposition. And Mr. Thorne has done an amazing job as a single opposition for the recent times that he's been there. I know the Barbados Labour Party right now is reeling. I know they're panicking. I know they're doing pretty much, they've done everything, you know, from fixing roads overnight. You know, I'm telling you, you know, they're doing everything that they can do to try to sway the people. And they brought in observers and to see that they themselves are the ones that are panicking in this election. So, you know, I wasn't surprised seeing that picture or those pictures. I was not surprised. I knew that's what she was going to do, because the issue is to make sure that Mr. Thorne does not win St. John. That's the plan. That's the ultimate plan for her.
Yeah. Well, I'm here looking at something from Barbados today that I'm going to try to bring into the studio, where the ballot boxes are arriving at the Lodge School. All right. So we have I don't know if you can see my screen. Can you all see my screen?
No, I'm not seeing it.
You're not seeing?
No.
Okay. Let me try.
We are seeing. We were seeing something about being if you were turned away from voting.
Okay,
in
that
that
was the
way.
last thing.
Yeah.
The last thing that you saw. So, okay, so I'm working on that to bring that into the studio. I am operating by myself tonight. But they have they all of the boxes for St. John would seem to have arrived at the
Sorry.
at Lodge School. Why? Why are you laughing?
No, because I just a thought in my head that I've had. I believe every election since 2018 that the steal is there. I always believe that. I can't prove it, but I always believe that. And I've asked myself this question: everything points to that they understand that they cannot stop the Democratic Labour Party from winning at least one or two seats. And I agree with the apostle that the target is St. John. The target is St. John, and that whatever was done in 2018 and 2022 to ensure those 230 loves will be done in St. John.
Yes.
That's my view. So that's why I laughed.
And you're saying that's what you think they're doing it first. Why it is finished? So
Oh
that's
yeah,
the first.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't know if there's the same ballots that people drop things in, but who knows?
Mm.
You know?
Any thoughts on what Adrian has said? I remember you have to unmute your microphone.
Yeah,
I'm laughing. I'm laughing. I think it's twofold, to be honest. I think it's to try to embarrass Mr. Thorne,
Yeah.
having left the Christchurch South seat and gone to St. John, where traditionally the leader of the Democratic Labour Party really has won the St. John seat. As we know, that has always been Errol Barrow. I think David Thompson, was David Thompson there? I think, Alwyn?
Yep.
yes.
David won the seat as well.
That's
And so it would only be reasonable for one to think that, being the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party, he would move to the St. John seat because that
Correct.
has been the traditional location of the leader of the DLP. But I believe her move would be twofold. One, as Apostle has indicated, to try to undermine and remove one of the most difficult voices she has had to face in her entire political career, in terms of Mr. Thorne, and two, to embarrass him in the process.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were saying something, Apostle?
Yeah, I completely agree with Reverend Mr. Hines on this matter, because you've seen that over and over and over. The whole issue of referring to him as a rat, and I mean, all of these are things just to discomfort him and to demoralize him and the Barbados Labour Party. But I don't think that she expected this kind of pushback from the public. I think she went into this election, I don't know who advised her, but she went into this election with the consciousness that the people still loved her like they did in 2018 and 2022. But I think the people of Barbados, they've grown slowly, but significantly enough to recognize that the Mia-Mottley-led administration does not have the skills to lead Barbados, and speaking well and making loans is not leading the country. Okay, the whole gimmickry of teachers up to 11 o'clock last night, they were still receiving letters of appointments. All of these things, people have woken up to the consistent dimension of presenting party, bringing in entertainers. I think the people have awakened to the reality that is their main go-to element to sway persons into voting for them. And I'm happy right now that our people have awakened to a greater understanding, a greater awareness of what needs to happen when it comes to elections now. So the reality is that, as I've seen, and I know for sure that several campaigns have been ran very, very well by the the Democratic Labour Party. I don't think that the BLP, they were expecting this kind of readiness, because as you know, the moment that Parliament was dissolved, the very next day, and I know for sure in St. James North, posters were up the very next morning. So you can see that there was a clear set up by this party to try to get the jump on the Democratic Labour Party. But, you know, we have to say kudos to them for, you know, in such a short space of time, demonstrating to the public that they were ready and they weren't caught with their pants down. I know what that means when she goes into St. John. And again, it's ironic that the first boxes that are shown are the ones going to St. John. So it's all a ploy, you know, it's all a ploy. But, you know, we have a saying here in Barbados that tricks will soon turn to bricks. So let's see what happens.
Yeah. Well, let's play a little bit of them going into the lodge school with the boxes. This is from Barbados today. That is that's just let it pause, but I want to read a couple of the comments that's coming in. Somebody said it's so late. Let me just read some of the comments here. Saying Dominic Hossein said it's so late, meaning, you know, the thing was finished at 6 o'clock. Why did it take so long? And somebody said, I feel results are going to be tomorrow.
Okay.
Somebody says, Dominic, if you could turn off your microphone to me. I think it's Apostle. There's a sound coming through. Thank you. Ricky Yards, Dominic Hossein says, yes, I do. I think it's late. I've worked on and observed elections before. This post was after 8 p.m. What time did the poll close? The poll would have closed at 6. And somebody said, Marianne Prasad says, late for such a small amount of voting in Barbados. So I think people are beginning to wonder if something is happening. Somebody says these results will shock the country. Climate change. I don't know what they mean by that.
That's a B. That's a B. That's a B.
Huh?
That's a B. That person is a B.
Yeah.
They're just being cautious. They don't want to get banned from your show, so from posting. So that's why they.
Yeah. So these are some of the people are thinking it's late. It's 9:15 and we haven't gotten any results as yet. What's going on this year? Do you think this is a bit late, Apostle or Dr. Ferdinand? I don't know if, you know, somebody saying they heard that the polls closed at 7, but I thought by law it's 6 to 6.
It's from 6 to 6. Yeah. You know, I'll just say that when these things happen in a small country like Barbados, you have to question. You have to question these things. And again, I would say that Barbados is too small a country to have this level of inferior operation. Okay. I'll continue to say we have to have legislation in place to stamp these things out. Okay. I think that these ballot boxes should be escorted by not just by, you know, police officers on board, but I think they need outriders. Okay, because we only have 30 constituencies, and I think that's what we need. When these boxes are moving from all of the polling stations and they're heading to that one area, I think they need to be in secured vehicles, and everything needs to be in that that line of traffic heading to the counting station. So I think we need to have outriders in front and behind, so that there's no issue with traffic. And I think it's very, very important right now that when it comes to elections in Barbados, that we can see a better formulation of the way how things are done.
Can you hear me? Just hold this.
Yes, I can.
You're very low, Margaret. Marcia.
You know, big professionals. So the call comes in and cuts us off. So let's take this caller and just hold this thought there for me, please. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Caller, welcome to the Marcia Week Show. What's on your mind?
Hi, good evening, Marcia.
Good evening.
Yeah, just calling in relation to the boxes arriving at, in this one instance around 8:15. This is going to be St. James North all over again. You remember St. James North?
No, remind me what happened there.
The by-election. When they didn't get results not until after 11 or
oh yes,
thereabouts.
Yes. Good point.
You remember?
Yes, I'm remembering
Good
now.
point.
I'm the same person that called you about that.
Yes.
Wow.
Adrian can have some input on that.
Yeah. Well,
there's no reason that boxers should be arriving at that time, and with that, the way they arrive in a bus, and the police outside standing around like, I don't know, they should be escorting those people into the
exactly
with those boxes.
Exactly.
I keep saying
just my opinion.
Yes, thank you, caller.
Thank you. It's a valid
We're
opinion.
right. Thank you.
It's a valid opinion. I keep saying keep messaging to the DLP and the other third parties that they need to operate outside the current rules. Don't assume that everything is above board. And when I say outside the rules, I'm not saying to break the law. Eyes should have been on those ballot boxes from the time they left the polling station.
Yes.
Eyes should have been on that bus all the way to the counting station. Your eyes, because I could be wrong. I don't know. I think in each polling station, there is a party representative that is also checking the list. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But I don't think those party representatives get on that bus. The people we just saw exiting that bus are poll workers.
That's right.
Right? And I'm telling you, this is Barbados. Every one of those individuals, right, are partisan, whether it's for the D or for the B. They are partisan. And again, the tentacles of this office reaches so far and wide. I wouldn't be surprised if they were honest enough and transparent enough to say which party they voted for. All those people that have accessed that bus voted for the Barbados Labour Party. And that is why we are not going to get the change that you call for, Apostle. You're not. Not from this administration. This government, not from this administration. They're benefiting from it. Who changes things that they're benefiting from? That's the whole idea of conservatism. They don't want to change. They're benefiting from it. So that's why I'm saying you need to operate outside of the rules, but within the law. There is nobody stopping you from standing from a safe distance with a set of binoculars or the smartphone camera set to the highest zoom to see who is coming out of those polling stations, who is getting into that bus, and then in your vehicle from a safe distance, follow that bus to Lodge School. That's what you have to do. If you don't do that, given the personality that is in the office, the awesome and powerful office of Prime Minister, these questions and these concerns are valid because they are possible, right? Narcissism, and this is something, Marcia, because I didn't get a chance to speak, so there's a couple of things I want to touch on real quick, right? the second one had to do with Dr. Ferdinand and your opinions as to why she might be doing what she did in St. John and stuff like that. I just want to remind you of what Thorne said and what is true with regards to the percentage of the vote that Motley got, because she was pretty much on the ballot for every constituency in 22 as she is in 26. She got 25% of cast votes. That's not a percentage to define her as popular. She's
Correct.
never been popular. And I'm telling you, she knows that she's not popular. That's why all of these things that are occurring that are causing us to be suspicious as to what is going on. And a narcissist does not care. A narcissist does not care who likes them or who dislikes them. It's all about them. And once their focus is about power, whatever needs to be done will be done. Right. The other has to do with there was a question as to whether I think it was you, Apostle, that said that this election has to be defined as unconstitutional. And I was asking myself, how would that come about? Even if we go to court and we have to get over the hurdle that the judicial officers might be prejudiced with regards to their affinity to their leader. But let's say we find one who operates on merit and decides that they're going to call this case as the evidence suggests, right? They're more likely will do it based on by constituency, right? And then the method that they were likely to use would be one where they will look at the constituency within which the person that is claiming to be disenfranchised are making that case and how many of them are. And then they're going to look at the marginal difference between the winner and the loser and make a determination as if this number of disenfranchised people in that constituency would have mattered with regards to overturning it. Or they may just add it because it's not going to change the outcome. So that's how I see this unconstitutional, but it still needs to be done. It still needs to be in the record, right? That this number of people mounted a lawsuit against being disenfranchised. The last thing is about the observers, the CARICOM observers. Do you all guys notice that the CARICOM observers wear this khaki type vest, and that Motley is also wearing a similar type vest?
Yes,
Especially
yes.
today, she looks just like them because there were a whole bunch of them that were wearing white shirts with the khaki vest, and she was wearing a white shirt with a khaki vest too. Is she signaling something? Because I believe, and there's stories out there throughout CARICOM countries, that these observers, as is the case with the entire CARICOM secretariat, right, are in bed with what these folks are calling the Red Boys, the Red Federation, the entity that Motley spoke about when she went to St. Lucia in 2021, I believe it was, when she gleefully talked about a labor movement in the Caribbean being membered by labor parties, and that she runs a labor party and that she doesn't wear red for anything. And I refer to it as a parastatal type of organization that sits on top of CARICOM to bring all the parliaments together with regards to getting the type of legislation they want across the CARICOM so that they can function as one block, which is not a bad thing, but the way they're going about it is wrong. So again, the observers that we have here from CARICOM, I don't expect anything of substance to be said about what is glaringly a big issue with the electors list. That's it.
Yeah. Thanks, Adrian. Let's see if we can hear a little bit of this lady. Not that it's not somebody that I really like to hear, but let's hear a little bit.
Were actually asked to register rather than going onto the list automatically. But it is only in conversation with somebody else that when they read the legislation to me, that I recognized that while the practice had always been that people would go on automatically, that you actually do, first-time voters actually are by law supposed to register. So the EBC has done things a little differently. We have no idea how many many people were on or off. There are people who are now admitting that they got notification that they were being taken off, or they were told to check at the EBC, and they just never bothered. It's only when elections actually came and people wanted to vote that you then heard, I ain't on the list, something wrong. And of course, that was the narrative being pushed by the Democratic Labour Party.
That is total rubbish. That is total rubbish.
This is Barbados Decides 2026 election coverage on CBC TV8. And I'm getting messages that people are watching in St. Vincent and other countries across the Caribbean. We've been hammering away at this issue of the fixed election term or election date rather than a.
But let's jump in on what she just said a while ago, because she is saying that that it's the people. She's basically blaming the people and not the administrative failure of the EBC. She's saying it is the people. It's really because the people did not check. But I have in my phone letters. What we have to do, Apostle, is that when you're not speaking, we have to turn off your mic. There's a crackling sound that comes through. I have in my phone people who actually have letters from the EBC saying to them, this is where you're to vote. And when they go there, they do not, their name is not on the list. So that is a complete lie that she's telling lies. Go ahead, Apostle.
Well, it's not anything strange with her, Marcia. The reality is there are people who went online on the EBC's website, registered, received their information as pertaining to where they are supposed to go to vote, and arrived at the polling station only to find their name is not on the list after having received a certification and a confirmation from the EBC website that they are registered and where they're supposed to vote. So I honestly have to say that it's not the first time I've heard Liz Thompson talk rubbish. She talked rubbish during the by-election. She's talked rubbish during every single election. But let me leave that there. I want to say very quickly, Marcia, if I can, just in reference to the matter to do with the movement of the boxes. I am not aware, Adrian, but I stand to be corrected. I don't think party representatives accompany the boxes on the buses. I am not sure about this. If it is, then that in itself, or if it's not, that should be implemented, where a member of the BLP, a member of the DLP, a member of whatever party has been involved in the election in the constituency, a representative should be on the vehicle, bus, whatever it is, accompanying those boxes until they arrive at the site. The other thing we have to deal with is the matter of trust. I don't think this government understands that, you know.
They don't care.
This government does not understand, especially coming through the crisis of the pandemic and the lies and misinformation that was spread by the government and governments, period. I don't think they understand that people do not trust a government anywhere on the planet anymore. People simply don't trust governments. And it is no different here in Barbados. That is why calling an election without having the electoral list certified, confirmed, scrutinized, and by well, in this case, whoever parties are involved, because we now have more than just the traditional two-party system, that should never have proceeded. And this is what people are fundamentally saying. What is the rush? You still had an additional year, but she has come out and said that the reason she called the snap election is because of the global, what is happening globally. And I think the other thing is to do with some of the things they want to accomplish here. So what is happening globally that is not going to happen globally in the next year?
Well, hold a minute there, Dr. Ferdinand. Let me go back to this point, because that Miss Liz Thompson is making, because this is part of when they do this and it doesn't go challenged. It goes unchallenged. It remains out there. And what she just said, it is very important that we understand, those of us listening, that is false. I know that we needed to hear from, as you were opening your mic, Apostle. Go right ahead.
Yes,
your mic is
okay, let me just say this. That's utter rubbish. You know what Ms. Thompson just shared. Matter of fact, I haven't seen her since Mr. The new president, Jeffrey Bostic. I haven't seen her since he was selected as the new president. So I'm very, very surprised to see her tonight because I didn't see much of her during the BLP campaign. So let me just say this. Rev, you know that when you don't pay your taxes here in Barbados, people find you?
You mean in terms of legally, or they locate you?
They find you when it comes around to that income tax season.
Oh, yes.
So you're telling me that the EBC can't locate people in Barbados? Now, the other point that I want to make here is this. There are people in Barbados who do not have access to, and I'm speaking in terms of our elderly people now, who do not have access to internet. And if they do have access to internet, many of them are not technologically savvy to go on the EBC website and articulate those prompts.
That's correct.
Okay, so was there any effort from the EBC to reach out to persons like that? No. So you can't come and tell the people that they're the problem when you are given the mandate to make sure that this electoral list is properly designed. Listen, I am telling you, the EBC had persons from within the post office working with them all last year. So all of what they were doing was being done undercover. So here's my point. You cannot fix the list. You have to be working with the court, because that's where the deaths are registered. Okay, you have record of the persons who come through there for the ID cards. You have all of that information, but there's nothing done from the EBC to reach out to the wider Barbados. Instead of saying, okay, you go online, this is our website, this is what you do. No, you have to reach out to the persons who are not in a position to go on your webpage, that are
correct
citizens of Barbados and should have the right to vote in an election. So you cannot come and tell us now that the people, we are the problem, because we've had elections in Barbados before and we did not have these problems. So for her to sit there and talk that garbage out of her mouth, that's ridiculous. But the reality is that so far, even for COVID, this administration has not taken any responsibility for the damage that has been done to Barbados and the damage that's been done to Barbadians. And you can see, even with that situation, with that little child on stage, you can't blame the party. Yes, it's your doggone event, though.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. So, Adrian, any thoughts on that before we go back to where we've exhausted? I do want to, because I just want to go back to CBC. Any thoughts? I know we're not fans of Liz, but any thoughts on her blaming the people, blaming the voters?
None. I don't listen to anything that.
So okay, let's just go back let's go and hear some of the comments here. Just hang on.
They have a base and they have constituency.
Polls are at the expense of the fact that the Electoral Boundaries Commission is primarily and mainly responsible for the management of the election, and that it actually has failed to do so in a way that has been effective and proper. And I think all things can be true at the same time. That the voters still have a role, the parties haven't been playing their role properly, and the Electoral Boundaries Commission hasn't carried out its role to the best of its mandate. That said, I think we also have to be careful that some of the flashpoints in the voting and the system, which are normal, haven't been amplified for political maximization in a way that they never normally would be. So the fact that you may, appear on the list one place and then you're voting somewhere else. That would be normal, and people wouldn't make a fuss. They'll just go and say, okay, I'll go to the Warren's Tower or whatever and change it. And and these days, suddenly it's like, oh, the world is falling. But actually, no. So let me just finish this. So I think there has to be a balance about that and how we approach the role of the Boundaries Commission and the responsibilities of voter without shifting the whole burden as if it's on the voter.
Are there legitimate concerns though?
But there are legitimate concerns, but we have to still balance that with what has been the practice and the convention of how elections are run in Barbados.
Ambassador Thompson.
I agree with everything that Ronnie is saying.
Didn't just
and
know.
I think that clearly there have been some errors. We don't know the extent of the errors, and therefore it would be premature to say that the errors are more than would normally be the case. I agree again with Ronnie that social media amplifies them, because everybody who has a problem can now go on and say, and other people can say, but I also hear whether what they heard has any legitimacy or any truth or not. But there is another point here that Ronnie hasn't made, and it is that from the very start, the leader of the opposition was trying to give the impression that there was to legitimate the outcome.
Delegitimize
the outcome of this particular election.
Yeah, I am. This lady just drives me.
Please,
I can't.
please.
I can't. No, I can't. I can't listen to her.
I don't want to hear. I don't know why you have her on your show.
Yeah,
I was about to
I'm gonna
leave.
remove her. I'll find another feed. I have to find another feed because this is crazy.
Cantankerous. Oh, she's just
yeah,
a disgust.
And the moment she starts and with the lying, once she starts the lying, she starts like this. And I just can't take it. I really, I have.
Well,
I really
it's a case. It's a case that Liz Thompson has always tried to divert responsibility from the Barbados Labour Party to any and everybody else. The Barbados Labour Party has made it abundantly clear that it is not prepared to take responsibility for anything. They're not taking
Liz Thompson
responsibility.
is a nasty-minded woman. She get on that show and try to castigate Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong about her degree. She's a nasty person. I'm telling you, all she's good for is a cussing in public. That's all she's good for. Sorry.
Yeah,
I had to say.
Yeah, no, Adrian, you would have expressed it in a manner that myself and Apostle may be a little more conservatively restrained. But,
I agree.
not that we would not be thinking it. But the reality is that what I have observed, and I think we are all in agreement with this, is that the Labour Party refuses to take responsibility for anything. They don't take responsibility for the roads. They don't take responsibility for Queen Elizabeth Hospital. They don't take responsibility for housing. They don't take responsibility for agriculture. It is the farmers. It is the weather. It is the rain on the potholes. It is all this rubbish. And that is the kind of administration that we have. They just will not own responsibility and always attempt to divert it over to somebody else.
I also hear Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, and they're because they're trying to with Thorne not wanting to vote outside of where he normally votes, because that is what his circular said, that this is where he's supposed to vote. He went there, he's always voted there, and his name was not on the list. His wife's name was there because you're supposed to vote where you reside. That's the rule. Okay. However, they have him somewhere else. And what Ronnie is saying is that, it normally happens and people just go, but the reality is, and this is what I do not, people are just dishonest. I hate dishonesty. Everybody in Barbados knows that there is this year, this voting, that it is much different and that you have more of these occasions. In fact, right now, injunctions have been filed. I'm hearing that it's over 70 injunctions have already been filed. Read this election. So what this is not normal, folks. Something happened with the EBC. And stop Stop, and because it has to do with Thorn and the DLP, you're going to sit on a stage and lie about it. And I don't have any time for that kind of foolishness at all. Go ahead, go ahead, Apostle. You were saying something? Unmute, please.
Let me just quickly get in here, okay? It is very, very important right now for the Barbados Labour Party to maintain power because they have to hide what happened in the last 2 elections. Okay? So for the last 8 years, we've not had anyone to go behind the scenes to see the conventions that they've signed on to, the amount of borrowing, to the extent of borrowing, to the deals that they made, to all of the contracts that they signed. They had nobody to monitor them. They cannot afford to lose this government. And all of the entities that work with them to secure them in office must do what they have to do. Listen, even the preachers who work with them and took money from them have to do their job to secure them, because they cannot afford to be out of power at this time, because too much will be revealed. And I am telling you, Mia Motley does not ever want the Barbadian people to see her as a despot. She will not be able to live with Barbados finding out, oh my God, is that what you did in only 8 years? She can't live with that. So all of these entities, I believe, and like I said, it's critical right now. And I don't mind all these people that are talking, but they know why all of this has to go on, all of these snap elections. And as I said, this should never happen in our first election as a republic. But you can see clearly that there are individuals who do not care about right or wrong. They do not care about the Constitution. They do not care about the people. They do not care about good governance. I mean, all this talk about strong leadership and all of that is just nonsense. It's just absolute nonsense. But what I want to say here, and I love the fact that individuals have filed injunctions against the EBC and everything that's going on. The EBC has demonstrated to Barbadians that they are no longer capable of allowing a free and fair election in this country. They have proven in this election they are no longer capable of making sure that any election going forward in Barbados will be free and it will be fair. Something is wrong with the EBC, and as I said before, it must be investigated. And quickly, let me respond to Adrian in relation to this election being unconstitutional. Okay, now, first of all, the parameters of the Constitution for a republic, that is not pretty much known at this moment. They're using what is called an amended constitution. Now, here's the reality of this. There are persons all across Barbados, and please understand, yes, there are 30 constituencies, but there is a master list. The constituencies come out of that master list. That master list is all of the persons in Barbados who are eligible to vote. So if you have a constitution that governs all of those folk under that one list, if you disenfranchise one person under the Constitution, we the people, then you've disenfranchised all. So whether they go constituency to constituency, they have disenfranchised all of the people of Barbados based on the Constitution. And they can't get away from that.
Yeah. Thank you. I now have to find another feed.
Yeah, I don't.
Nobody
Seriously, I don't
wants to hear. Nobody wants to hear or see Liz Thompson.
Yeah.
Just too biased. I mean, I could even listen to Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. I mean, he's definitely still have something there against DLP and Ralph. We can understand, but it's not so obvious, you know.
Yeah.
He's still trying to make it as professional. But my goodness, I thought we would have had some kind of response by now. You know, I'm not hearing anybody. I'm not seeing any response yet. Anybody seen anything?
Now, 9:45.
Yeah, this is serious. If I see somebody's trying to call me, remember I've asked that you call me on WhatsApp. You might not have heard, but if you want to contribute to the program, it's important to call me on WhatsApp. All right, I wouldn't be able to facilitate your call if it's not via WhatsApp. But I'm very happy that the DLP they are filing injunctions. I'm hearing a certain number have been filed in court already. I heard that these have been filed already.
Well, you see, Marcia, I think, again, the Barbados Labour Party does not realize that they are operating in a completely different politically global environment than they did in 2022. Or for that matter, 2018. We had a pandemic that began in 2019 and accelerated to the point where in 2022, some 6,000 to 8,000 people were disenfranchised. And I want to make the point here, Apostle, I think you might be aware of this, and so would Adrian. That same year, the Bahamas held their general election. And that same year, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas made provision for people who were quarantined to vote in that election. No provision was made here in Barbados. That was the first step of disenfranchising the constitutional right of a Barbadian to vote. It was challenged in the court. And according to the information I have, fundamentally, if I may say it, Mr. Patrick Catlin won the challenge, but they could not overturn the election result because there's certain criteria that is required in order for the election result to be overturned.
Can I just say something about that?
Yes,
checked
certainly.
the lawyer, actually, and that case is still to be decided on. I got a message I tried to check with his lawyer. I don't think that right now it's at the appeal stage. It's where it's at. That case is at the appeal stage.
Okay, I'm just reading the information coming out of Chat GPT when I put in pertaining to it. That it indicated let me just look here. Court finding some constitutional rights were breached over delay, though it didn't alter the election results. So I was just reading the legal perspective there. So I accept that coming from you. But the reality is that people were disenfranchised because they could not vote. They were denied. And that alone should have made that election, should have put that election on pause, because that too was 3 years, 2 years in advance of the election.
Doctor, there's a call coming in.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Yes, Dr. Tull, you're on.
Yes, please go ahead. Good evening, Marcia.
Good evening.
Tull here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Welcome.
Right. I just want to make a few comments about this whole question of the electoral list and so on. My wife and I were having a pretty warm debate about it here, and it reminded me of a problem we had at the Barbados Community College that was there. Every year you would hear, every examination period, you would hear that there's students who hadn't paid their fees and that sort of stuff, okay? And I used to argue that doesn't make any sense. If a student is registered as a student, they have different departments. You have a registration department and you have a perks department, right? So once a student is registered, it automatically means he has to pay a fee. Therefore, what should happen, notice they say what should happen, is that the accounting department will set up an account for that student. And immediately what the accounting department should do is say student owes $500. All right. If the student comes in and says, all right, I can't pay $500 now, I can only pay $300, then you enter that amount into the system, and the system should automatically produce an output that says the student owes $200.
Correct.
We run a small school, and that's what I still have records here where I can tell you who would owe this and that kind of stuff. So I don't buy some of these arguments. Now, the thing I try to say to my wife is, the problem we have at Barbados is problems with management all through from top to bottom.
Correct.
From the hospital,
correct.
back down to the community college, back down to the schools. That's why you see schools don't open on time. You all this kind of nonsense, but it's not ready. It's a management problem. My next point is that the people have been going to university doing management for a lot of years. In fact, I was one of the first students who did management because the year I went to the University of West Indies, that was the first year I started management. So I switched from my original options and did management. Okay? So there are a lot of people doing management, but they don't understand the ethos of management. And one of the things that I have come to understand is that there are people who make management about people rather than systems. And I want to
correct.
That's correct. You yourselves, all of you here are people who understand, well, it's about three of you, about divine things, spiritual things. You know that the scripture tells you that you cannot enter. It has a list of people who cannot enter heaven. No matter what people say, it tells you that. So let's hypothesize here that you die, you happen to go up to the pearl gate and say, let me in. An angel will tell you, but your name is not here because, and if you want the explanation, but you have not fulfilled the requirements. How do we apply that to the electoral list? Now, it's not that difficult, you know. The problem is not the people. I hear my wife, for example, is arguing that the people who should understand how to do the system and they will be sent home and all gone. No, that's not the problem. The problem is that there is not an appropriate system, not people, for dealing with electoral lists. Look, correct. It is very simple, right? Say you're on constituency Q. You start off with 500 people in constituency Q. What is going to change the number of people in constituency Q? Here are the dynamics. Number one, people moving in a certain period of time. Two, people who die in that constituency in a certain period of time. Three, people who become 18 in the constituency and are therefore eligible to vote. Four, people who have left and gone. In other words, you can sit down and specify the dynamic inputs that will change the number in the system. Is that making sense so far?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
So if you do that, if you have a system set up that takes care of that, the next thing you have to do is say the output of this system is valid only up to point X, because as somebody was making a point, I think Corey from the same organization that Peter Wickham works for, probably monitoring that as well. His point is correct. That is, any single day, the number of people in the constituency who are eligible to vote will change because tomorrow morning somebody's going to die. Right? Somebody may move in the constituency overnight. So it's going to change. The problem is you have to say at this cutoff point that nobody else, or rather this is the eligible people to vote in the constituency, and therefore anybody who comes after that point cannot be allowed to vote. That is common sense, because that confuses the whole thing altogether, right? So the problem is that we don't have a system that specifies those parameters and says this is the cutoff point. And that is why people can come and say, but I'm not trying to negate the point you're making about people being disenfranchised, don't get me wrong. I'm trying to say that that's part of the confusion or the fallout, all right, of not having a system that is clear in the sense of who gets to vote on that day in terms of the dynamics of those dynamics I specified just now. Who's died, who's now eligible to vote, 18, who's left, because you can be 18 and don't want to vote. The system not want to go up in the sky and look down and see who's 18 but didn't come to register. You have to go and register. All I'm saying is We talk about management now. This is not a party issue. This is management of our society, and this is a problem we get at every level. I just give you because you see, I can stop there because I hope you understand the point I'm making.
But I got your
Yes.
point. Very, very clear, and I mean, I believe in that. You know, I believe in exactly what you're saying. I run an organization, and you've got to put systems in place. Once you put the systems in place, they're going to work. It's going to work, and that's how it is. And if it's not work, you go back and you fix what needs to be fixed in this system, right? And so I totally thank you so much for your contribution. I don't know, you can listen on off air if anybody wants to make any comment on what you said there, a short comment, and then we're going to go and pick up some of the Barbados Today commentary. Anybody wants to comment on anything, Dr.?
Yeah, very quickly, Marcia. That's one of the problems in Barbados. People don't understand the difference between management and leadership. Management is about systems. Leadership is about people, and that is the problem that we have. And I'll stop at that.
Yeah. Okay. Understood. Well, if there's nobody else wants to say anything on that, your mic is open, Adrian.
Yeah.
Yes. Go
just
jump in.
Piggybacking on what Dr. Ferdy said. Yes, leadership and management are two different things, and I'm fortunate to work for a company that understood that. That at one point they only had managerial type leadership for promotion, and a lot of people were being forced into that stream that had no leadership capabilities.
Correct.
But had management capabilities for systems, for software. So they realized this issue and they created two streams for upward promotion, right? Doing it by grades. So you have a people's manager at a particular grade because they're suited to that. And then you have
Adrian, can I just ask you? Oh, I missed her. If you are just calling via WhatsApp, please call back. I missed the call. That's all that happened. Go ahead, Adrian. I'm sorry. You know, sometimes once a call comes in, I have to ask you to hold the point. I hope you haven't forgotten because it was good.
No, because it's something that I hold dear to my heart as a proponent of this change with the company that I work for. I have no interest in managing people, right? But I know I have management quality. I manage systems. So that's where the difference is, right? And I just wanted to point out that there's a way to do that, that there are a lot of people who get promoted to manager that have no leadership capabilities, that even training would not help them, only because that's the only stream available to them. And it disadvantages everybody, including, in this case, the EBC and other systems as well. The other thing I wanted to touch on is Mr. Tull, with regards to his long exposition on the importance of having systems. And I don't know if he was relating that to the current issue with the EBC. Listening to him, I have to say, well, granted, there might have been issues with the EBC all along, but the public outcry with regards to being disenfranchised from voting has never been like this before.
That's right.
Right? So the systems must have been working in the past. Had to be, because we've had higher voter turnout.
That's right.
Post pre-2018, right? And we didn't have this large crowd of people being disenfranchised. So the systems clearly needed to.
Adrian, hold your thought there. Please don't miss it. Let me get this caller in. Good night, caller. Welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Hello, good night.
Good night, yes.
I was calling early as well. But the previous caller, I understand what he was saying about systems, and he made a small point. But what he did not acknowledge is that if these are the items that make changes to the voters list, there are also documents to support each of these changes. If somebody dies, there is a death certificate. If someone is no longer resident, they're not going to be receiving a salary or whatever, so you're not going to have tax returns. they keep birth certificates on file so they know when somebody turns 18. So this whole thing is unacceptable because we have this entire GovTech project that is supposedly linking all of these different government departments together, but they're not into each other, seeing each other. And if the EBC has, each department is supposed to have a particular reason for existence. So what is the reason for the EBC? I'm not supposed to do their work for them. Yes, I don't have a problem. If I move to a new neighborhood or whatever, I don't have a problem going to register, which is what I did when I moved to St. George. But don't tell me that I haven't been here for more than 5 years and you've been taking my taxes for more than 5 years. And I think in a case like this, I either need to be able to vote. I wasn't able to vote today. Or I need to get a tax refund of all my taxes for the past 5 years. It's as simple as that. There are people there. I'm in a QC chat group, and there was this girl online saying, okay, her mom died in 2023. She submitted the death certificate, and as at today, when she checked on EBC, her mother was still registered to vote. These things do not go on with these things, and it's no longer time for us to be like hiding back and being a coward or anything like that. The time has come for Barbadians to fight. We need to make very clear our expectations. And I always tell people, I'm not B or D. I might be C because my name begins with C. But this is about the country where you were born. This is where you live, or this is where you choose to live. In your case, Marcia. So things like this are I get very passionate about this. I'm not passionate about elections per se, but I am all for justice and doing things correctly every single time.
Doing the right thing.
I'm going to be investigating tomorrow what I can do about it because you're taking my money. You were taking my money. And this is not acceptable. It is completely unacceptable. And that caller, yes, his point about management systems, blah, 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 blah. Yes, a lot of us went to university. That's all fine and good. But the truth has to be spoken, not partial truth. Complete truth. We are no longer a sardine and cracker society. I don't want $200 wrapped up in a t-shirt or anything like that. I expect that if we have educated people elected as government officials, and we have educated people in the society, that there should be a certain duty of care one to another, full stop, right? Anyway, I had this to say from today because I was very mad.
Yes,
I was very mad. Wow. When I went to the polling station today, first of all, there's stickers of the current Prime Minister MAM on the way to the polling station. I also sent you photos of the candidate for this area on a pole right outside the house. All of those things are against the law. And how are we supposed to call these people to justice? They cannot continue doing these things and thinking that we will sit back quietly and accept them. So people need to, I don't know how, the injunctions, okay, whatever we can do, but people need to speak out and people need to rise up. Plain and simple.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, and we're getting some results there. St. Michael's Southeast, the first box is in. I think that Santia Bradshaw, the Deputy Prime Minister, who is coming up against Pedro Gemot is coming up against her, and she is clearly leading there. There's also Chris Gibbs and Fannis. Chris Gibbs is at 116 at the moment, and Damian Fannis with 31. Okay, there's another caller. Let's see. Caller, welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Thank you, Marcia. This is Shannon Gonzalez, the General Secretary of the Conservative Barbados Leadership Party. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Yes, thank you.
Oh, great. Great, perfect. I'm calling on behalf of the Vice President, Anthony Hines.
Oh, yes.
He's unwell, but yes. He's unwell to expand on what he had placed in the message concerning his medical situation. So it's a long story, but I can summarize it for you. So with Anthony, he has fistulizing Crohn's. He has Crohn's in its severest forms. So yes. And he also had post for his biologics treatment, symptoms of an infection.
Yes.
So unfortunately, his symptoms had progressed where he had to have critical medical attention. So he had to go as far as receiving help in the QEH. So that was in around in August. So while he was receiving his medical assistance, it was determined that he needed a surgery involving an interventional radiologist. So he was advised that there was not the interventional radiologist that can be successful in what he needs to have attended to. So he went through a period of having to have pain management treatment. He had also seen it.
Hello, can you guys hear her?
No, she's dropped out.
Hello?
Yes, okay, you're dropped out.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, back.
Yes, you were telling us that he had
Right.
also received certain treatment.
Right. Yes. So he had been readmitted back into QEH after August, around September. And while he was readmitted in September, there was not the medical professional that could have been available to deal with his issue. So then he went back out of the QEH, and then he was seeing his private gastroenterologist, and the comments from his private gastroenterologist entailed that he had at least 3 to 6 weeks to have medical attention outside of Barbados. Granted that he's not receiving the treatment here. So what he did now was to seek medical assistance through the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Right.
So he was made aware from that department that there was a scheme called the Medical Aid Scheme. And he was advised of that scheme and the process for it. And he also had contact with his outpatient gastroenterologist, and he described his condition of a ticking bomb while it was that he got the information from the Ministry of Health and Wellness that he could have the medical aid scheme. So up until now, he's applied, he's gotten the instructions to apply for the medical aid scheme. He hasn't gotten clearance to have assistance through the medical aid scheme. He's not given any understanding as to when he will receive assistance. It's as if they've just left him unattended, not as just left unattended. It is a blatant ignoring, because what is it that he as a patient, as a fistulizing Crohn's patient, supposed to do when he's been told there's a medical aid scheme? He's been advised to how to proceed in that way since last year of 2025. So we're into 2026 with no response from the appropriate personnel within QEH to say that, Mr. Hines, you have clearance through this medical aid scheme.
Right. And let me ask you, and because Anthony wrote in the comment section, and I know he is a candidate. Is he a candidate?
That's correct.
Right. And so he's
That's
believing that him being a candidate has something to do with this delay of the medical aid scheme, his acceptance in that program. Does he think there is some correlation there?
He's being led to feel that there is some correlation there, wherein he's not been told anything of him receiving this medical aid scheme.
Mm-hmm.
The actions that he has had for his medical treatment now, because it's not that his condition isn't going anywhere, it's still there. He's in a critical situation. And what else is there other to think that because of him being an opponent that has political worth in varying topics, being a challenge to the existing candidates in their parties, that he has had a thought to think that this is being willful, as him being a challenge to the main candidates in the top, in the parties. Because what other options can he think as to why up until now in 2026, from 2025, that he's went through all the channels. He's went through QEH. He's went through the appropriate Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Mm-hmm.
He's went through all the channels to the Supreme Court to have a more speedier process. So what other authority or what other department does he have to rely on to get an answer to, I need medical assistance?
Yes,
So it leads, because, and then we have to take into consideration that this is a person that's going through severe pain. So you're putting more pressure on someone that's already in severe pain. They've been told that they're a ticking time bomb.
Wow. That is.
So I think it's to, when you're hearing this experience, don't hear it as someone that's speaking the experience out. Think of how you would feel if you were in the same position.
Yeah.
How would you feel?
Yeah, clearly. Well, what I would like to do is to continue the conversation with you off air. Before the week is up, to have a conversation about this, because this sounds like a very, very serious situation. And I would hate to believe that he is that he's been victimized.
Yeah, this has been done. Yes, that he's been victimized, because even Marcia, if I can make this quick too, because he has been vocal on the social, quickly, that in his social page, he's shown areas where he had difficulties in his nomination process. He's also had discrepancies and anomalies when it was that he was being introduced, when they were advertising photo candidate pictures for the electorate to see, for example, in the CBC. So out of 96 candidates, there's one candidate where there was an incorrect photo with Mr. Hines. And then before that, he had issues with regard to his nomination process for his returning officer. So having gone through those experiences, and the varying departments, they well know that he has a serious medical condition. If it were me and the experiences like that I would have experienced, then it would lead me to think, well, is this being deliberate? Am I being affected?
Yes, I get the point.
If you understand where I'm coming from.
I definitely get the point. I get the point. So
yes.
What I'm going to do,
what
I'm going to do is I promise you, I'll give you a call on this. This is something that I could come and sit down with him, have a discussion with him, and highlight the point, because he needs to be able to go overseas to get his treatment. And so this is something that I promise you, ma'am, that I will give you a call on. Thank you for making us aware of it. We're in the political climate. He was a candidate. This is a good time to bring it to the fore. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thanks. Well, wow, I tell you, I mean, this is something that we really need to look into. Somebody is saying that they're really sorry to hear what is happening. So where some results are coming in. Of course, the Prime Minister's constituency, one would expect that she's going to win her seat. Cynthia Bradshaw winning her seat so far. And let's see if we hear
Lead in.
anything.
Let me say, are you hearing me, Marcia?
Yes, I'm hearing you're sticking, but I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying leading. I'm not going to use the word winning as yet. They're leading in those
Leading?
boxes.
Okay, all right, leading. All right, no problem at all. No problem. All right. Let's see here. Okay, and so we're seeing Chris Gibbs, 116, and Damian Panos, 31 is what we're seeing here. There's Patsy Nurse, and we're not seeing anything registered there as yet. Probably not no boxes with hers. I see Corey Beckles, if you're listening, please, he's a leader of one of the parties. Use the link. You can use the link and come in to the studio. I sent you a link, Corey Beckles, at 10:14. Corey Beckles. Okay. All right. Apostle, is there anything you
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
say based on the results that are coming in? Go right ahead.
Well, again, we know that there are certain strongholds that the Barbados Labour Party has in relation to the last two elections because of several things that they have done. But I do know from the way this election was done, I know from the fact that the electoral list was tipped in many ways to suit the Barbados Labour Party. I know that these individuals at the helm, they already have engrossed themselves into their communities in ways that are not necessarily kosher. So there are some areas that you expect that the Barbados Labour Party candidates will do well. But I do know that there are going to be some surprises in this election. And we're not just going to say that. That's just one or two boxes as well. You know, most of the candidates that the Democratic Labour Party has are very new candidates. They have probably 86% in terms of new candidates going forward. 86 probably to 90% of their new candidates. So we understand that Cynthia Bradshaw has been around, in her particular community for, the last 8 years. And, we know that she's pretty much close to the Prime Minister. She served as the Deputy Prime Minister. But I heard Adrian said something that's very, very critical. That at this point, there are certain things that are set in place that don't want the government to change, because the government changing means a lot of other things will immediately have to change. So we can understand that from a particular perspective. So again, the whole vote for Mia Motley campaign that has been pushed so much, and I like what the lady said, because my cousin who's running in St. Lucie, one of his team told me, okay, we're going to follow the rule, and by midnight we're going to have all of their their posters and their billboards and everything will be taken down, and they've done that. But to my knowledge, the Barbados Labour Party candidates, their posters are still up. Mia Motley's picture is still up across the island to this very moment, and people are talking about strong leadership. It's just absolutely crazy. But we do expect that there are Barbados Labour Party candidates that would do well, and we're looking forward to the remainder of the votes to see what will happen with the Democratic Labour Party candidates if the people are ready for real change. We'll see what happens as we continue.
I'm hearing that St. Lucie, they've started to bring in St. Lucie. I'm not seeing anything here in Barbados today. But if anybody has some accurate information on that and can let us know via WhatsApp or via the comment section if St. Lucie is coming in. They had said that, okay, they said that St. Lucie is tight. At the moment, all the boxes are in. Peter Phillips is leading by 1.
Sorry.
Okay.
That sounds like a St. Peter. That sounds like a St. Peter election of many, many years ago.
Yeah, no doubt. 1984.
Yes. You know,
No,
one of the things
I told them this is not the Peter that preached on the day of Pentecost. It's not the Peter that walked on water. It's not the Peter that helped feed the 5,000. This is the Peter that toiled all night and caught nothing.
That's what happens when you fish in brown water.
And there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
You know, one of the things that we have to be careful with, I believe, Marcia, that people fail to realize. They may think you're making excuses when you see boxes coming in, but we are facing realities. And I'm glad that the whole matter of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission and the question pertaining to the voters list came up before 11th of February.
Yes.
It did not come up as a result of the 11th of February. When the elections were called, Mr. Thorne raised concerns as far back as then, and I believe probably even before, concerning the Electoral and Boundaries Commission voters list. And I've heard a lot of things said tonight, but I believe, if my mind serves me correctly, that the Electoral and Boundaries Commission should be reviewing on an ongoing basis the voters list. That's why they are employed there. We keep making cock and bull excuses for the incompetence of people, and I'm fed up of it.
Politically partisan excuses.
You have a responsibility to ensure that the voters list is continuously updated and upgraded. That is your job. It is the same thing I feel concerning when and I raised this when I ran in 2022. Don't come to me as a government and tell me any crap about lights and roads and any of that. That's your job. You are employed by the people to do that. If you go beyond that, I can understand it. But don't come and say what you have done. You have done schools and you have done clinics and all that crap. That's your job. You're employed. When I was working for BS&T Motors, I had to turn up and sell BMWs. That's my job. What was not my job was to make it the leading luxury brand in the country. And when I did that, I received an accolade for that. But that was not my job. My job was to sell the car.
Right.
So don't come to me with this foolishness that you've done roads, you've done schools, you've done this, and we employ you to do it. So don't bring that nonsense to me. When you go beyond that, then I can understand. And I feel very strongly about it. That is the kind of politics that we need to change in this country, where governments understand that you are not doing people a favor by looking after roads and hospitals and health and all the rest of it in agriculture. That is your job. You're employed to do it. So do it or resign and leave the place. Simple.
Yes. We have, thank you, Dr. Ferdinand. We have Corey Beckles has joined us, and he is from one of the leaders in the coalition parties and the Conservative Progressive Movement. You can correct me on the exact name. And so we want to welcome him. And I know you wanted just to give us another quick overview of one of your candidates. What's happening to him health-wise?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Corey. Good to see you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good to see you too. Good to see you, Marcia, and your panel. So very quickly, I was told I received a message earlier from Mr. Hines, Anthony Hines, and he is one of the candidates for the Conservative Barbados Leadership Party, also under the banner of the People's Coalition for Progress. And he has been dealing with a severe medical issue for quite some time. And there is a scheme that is administered by the Queen Elizabeth Hospital called the medical aid scheme. And he had written, and we written on numerous occasions to the QEH. We also wrote to the Ministry of Health, asking them to allow Mr. Hines to come under that scheme. Now, the issue with the Medicaid aid scheme, the issue with the administration of this scheme is that there is no information to let patients know, to let persons know how to apply, what they need to do. But we did make the request, and we made the request on numerous occasions. And at this stage, months have passed. Months have passed and nothing has been done. The application has not been processed. And there seems to be a level of not just inaction, a level of doing carishness as relates to the medical complaint of Mr. Hines, the severe medical complaint. And just to bring this in context, this medical complaint he was also an inpatient of the QEH on more than one occasion. And we have a lot of misinformation. We have a lot of, I would call it misdiagnosis. He has suffered a lot. He has suffered a lot throughout this entire process. And this brings me back to the topic of accountability and transparency and the governance of this country, because everything stems to the lack of transparency and accountability that we're seeing throughout the entire nation. And we have been seeing this for quite some time. And it is not good, because when transparency is not a priority, when accountability is not a priority, when good governance is not a priority, it is the people, the same people that they're going to ask for votes come election time. It is those people who are going to suffer after the election, after all the parties, after all of the money has been spent. It is us. We have to live on the ground. We have to go to the supermarket and buy goods. We have to interface and communicate with our doctors at the QEH, at the polyclinics. We have to live on a daily basis. But if we are living in a country where our concerns, the concerns of everyday Barbadians, is not important, and it does not seem to be important to those who have the authority to do something about it, who have the resources to do something about it, something is fundamentally wrong. So I just wanted to bring that to the panel and to your listeners. Something is fundamentally wrong. I believe we're putting the cart before the horse, and really and truly, we should be putting our people first.
Yeah. Agreed.
Then we should be looking at what is the best structure, our governance structure we should put in place to ensure that the people are first, that the people feel that they're first, and also ensuring the prosperity and the health of our people. Right. Yes. So that is that's the issue concerning the medical aid.
And I thank you so much for bringing it to our attention. And as I said, it's something that I would, I'm going to follow up on it. I would like to know from you what has been your experience, your party's experience today. All the numbers are coming in. What has been your experience? Did you find that some of your did you have some from electorate letting you know that they were not on the list and they were moved, and did you experience any of that confusion today?
Well, personally, I have been voting. I believe I voted throughout my time since I was 18 years old. I have voted about 2 or 3 times that I can remember. Now, I have always voted in a particular constituency. I can name the constituency, St. James North. I've always voted in St. James North. I received a letter from the Electoral and Boundaries Commission confirming that I am voting in a particular polling station at St. James North. So I traveled. I also checked the website also. I also checked the website and confirmed what the letter had informed me. So I traveled there this morning to that particular polling station, and I was told that I am no longer registered there. I'm registered in St. James Central, which was news to me. Now, this is the issue with these, well, we refer to them as anomalies. When I heard that, of course, I traveled far to exercise my constitutional and democratic right. And to hear that the polling station that you have been voting at, that it was confirmed by letter, official correspondence, that you are voting there, to hear that that has changed, it makes you feel like you have wasted effort, and because it plays on your psyche. And I told myself, as much as I wanted to vote, I didn't feel up to voting, because I was flabbergasted by what they told me. I was flabbergasted by what they told me, and it played on my psyche. And I said, okay, something is fundamentally wrong here. And after hearing the reports, I didn't hear any reports personally, but after seeing some reports in the media, after persons would have called me and told me certain things about their experiences concerning changes in their polling stations, changes in their constituencies. So to experience it myself, I can understand why these inefficiencies lead to voter apathy, because they're individuals who they already believed, it was confirmed to them. They did as much as they could do according to the instructions from the Electoral Boundaries Commission. And after they did everything they were told to do, on election day, on polling day, they're being told a different story. It does not lend to the confidence, to instilling confidence in our electoral process.
Yes, yes.
That's my personal experience today.
How do you feel about those that are filing injunctions?
Well, they are well within their rights to file injunctions, and of course, I support any individual who is able to utilize our legal process to ensure that these inefficiencies, these inaccuracies, sometimes I will go as far to say illegalities, are brought to the attention of the judiciary, because the judiciary is there. Our legal system is there to oversee governmental action, to oversee the action of different legal commissions in this country. And if we are talking about something as important as choosing the next government, we cannot have situations like this, where individuals are told one thing. They're told one thing by official correspondence. They do exactly what is told, what is required of them by the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And then on that particular day, when they have decided to leave home, decided to leave work, to go and vote, they are told something totally different. So, of course, I have no problem with those individuals who have filed the necessary injunctions, because this is something that must be looked into. And that is the reason why our legal system is here.
Yes. Thank you so much. Let me know if you want to stay any longer with us, or, because I know you probably had a very tiring day.
If you stay a little longer.
You could stay a little longer. Okay, wonderful. I've been on since 6, so I'm gonna move us away. Dr. Ferdinand, if you can take the lead on this and let me refresh myself and get back on, okay? Can't hear you.
Okay, I think I had myself muted there for a moment. We have some decisions that are coming in. I think we can see them up there. The only thing is, Marcia, I wouldn't be able to bring those decisions up. But gentlemen, as you see and this is the thing, I believe that while we are seeing boxes coming in, they don't necessarily mean that a particular party or candidate is winning until we see the entire thing. I prefer to see the entire thing come to a conclusion before I begin to make any comments. But anything any of you gentlemen would wish to add, either from what you heard from Dr. Beckles, Corey Beckles, or anything that you would have been observing in terms of what the results are coming in per box. Any of you gentlemen wish to make any comments?
I just wanted to talk about a little, Dr. Ferdinand, you had mentioned, someone had asked something about class action lawsuits and if they were
Yes.
applicable in Barbados.
Yes.
Class action lawsuits requires a legal certification process, and that's not allowed in Barbados. So
Correct.
that's the only differentiation between what is considered a class action lawsuit in the US and what is considered group or collective lawsuits in Barbados. There's no certification required, but the outcome of having a group of people bringing a case is doable in Barbados. And I think we had something similar with regards to elections. Those Commonwealth citizens that were once barred went and
Oh, yes.
fought there. Yeah, so they did it as a group. So that's applicable in Barbados as well. I just want to touch back again on what I was trying to get at with Mr. Tull's dissertation on. There's some noise coming over, but his dissertation on an importance of systems, and I agree that systems need to be refreshed, frequently. But with regards to this particular issue that we are experiencing for the first time and at the magnitude that we are, I think this has more to do with an attempt to conduct this large an enumeration exercise so close to an election, and that systems would not have negated the issues or caused the issues to be at bay. They would have continued because it was just wrong to have attempted to deal with 8,200 people so close to an election. And it shows. I mean, they weren't able to complete it within the state of the law at the time of January 31st, right? They were not able to do that, and we are seeing the results today. The caller that came on just after Mr. Tull talked about not being political, but was so incensed by what is going on that something is causing them to rise up, and that speaks to the cultural Barbadian underpinning of fear and fearness. And this is so unfair that people who normally don't have it in themselves to get up and speak out and say something are finding that it is necessary for them to do so. And I want to applaud her and anybody else who has that feeling that this is time for them to speak up and not to cower in fear or concerns about victimization. And again, with Mr. Hines's health issues, it's really sad, heartfelt, and hurting that one could be led to feel like their constitutional right to be involved in the electoral process can be used to hamper their health issues and stuff like that. That's really sad. But and I hope that he continues to speak out, and that all of us join in speaking out and can help bring some redress to that. I definitely will see what I can do with regards to whatever little contacts I have within the Barbados Labour Party that can whisper in somebody's ear, because that tends to work a lot in Barbados, unfortunately, that it is who you know and who send you. And if that is the access that I could use to get some relief to Mr. Hines, I would attempt to do so. And I would implore any of you that have any remaining contacts with people in government that if you can whisper in their ear on behalf of Mr. Hines, that would be much appreciated. So that's it for me.
Yes. No, thanks so very much, Adrian. You know, one of the things that is encouraging tonight is that I think this is one of the times that we see Barbadians are prepared not just to talk, but to act, because we are seeing legal challenges being raised, and where people are not just complaining or saying something and not putting any action to it, but they're actually beginning to take a stand against these particular deficits that we have seen in the system. Apostle, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'll tell you the truth about this this whole matter. I think it's very, very important right now that Barbadians stand up to this administration. I think this administration has affected in a very serious way many of the entities that are designed to serve Barbadians and to help Barbadians live better lives. And I'm talking about the EBC, we're talking about the healthcare sector, we're talking about, you know, even as a minister, you know, going to the court to do certain things. We're looking at these systems and realizing that they're no longer designed to make it easy for Barbadians. You know, I was even talking to a lady today, and I said one of the things that I like about, you know, being in England is that pretty much everything is everywhere. And I said that on the heels of being at the court one day to take care of some marital elements, and my cousin was there. He was 75. He transitioned a few years ago, but he was 75 years old at the time, and he went to get his new ID card. And he took a bus from St. Peter, you know, over into Warrens, got off, had to walk from the bus stop there above, you know, the Dome Mall, all the way back to the government building there, you know, that's below KFC. They told him he needed to get a new birth certificate. Then he had to go walk back there to get on a bus to go to Bridgetown, to walk from Bridgetown to the Supreme Court. And when he gets there, he's told he cannot apply for himself. He has to get a family member to apply for him. And so it was a good thing that I was there. So I said, you know, his daughter worked in Whole Town. She couldn't get away from work to come there to apply for it. So I said, listen, I'm going to do it for you. And then I drove him back to the EBC, and I went in there with him, and I told him, this man is a senior citizen, and you're telling me that you guys could not make a phone call to save him from walking through the sun to go to Bridgetown, to go to the Supreme Court, to file for a birth certificate, which he's probably going to have to wait for 7 days to get that. There's no systems in place to help our people. You have to leave one government area to go to another, then to be sent to another. There's no connectivity to make sure that things are working for citizens. So I'm very happy to hear that there are individuals that have made a decision to, you know, file these injunctions against the EBC because it's necessary. And I'm happy that our people, at least some of our people, are waking up and beginning to act instead of just talking and hoping that things are going to change. I'm happy that they're actually moving forward to make things change. So we're hoping that things will be better as we make progress as a country.
Yes, and Corey, you know, you've joined us, and we want to thank you for at least staying on with us a little bit. We've chatted many years ago concerning so many aspects politically in Barbados, but as you are going through the process, I mean, I know you yourself were a candidate, but your feeling as you observe what has taken place. I mean, we saw, and I couldn't figure it out. We saw a Nation headline that somebody actually said to me they thought it was AI generated, of 271,000 persons registered to vote in a country that I believe the 2025 census showed 282 or 285,000 people living in the country. How do you reconcile those two figures?
Well, the simple answer is that you can't reconcile those figures, those two figures. Now, this is the issue. anyone, just as you were able to analyze the number of individuals that they say reside in Barbados, you were able to compare and contrast those two numbers. And I believe any Barbadian that saw that figure that came from the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, they saw that number and a lot of questions came to their mind. How is that possible? So the one of the most important questions here is, how could the Electoral and Boundaries Commission legitimately publish that figure? How could they publish that figure knowing that based on the amount of individuals who are supposed to reside in this country, you cannot reconcile those two numbers? So what are they really saying to us as Barbadians? How do they think about us as citizens in this country? Do they believe that they can just publish anything? They can do anything to us, tell us anything, and we are supposed to take it? So I don't like the manner in which it was done. You're publishing a figure, but any person who looks at that figure knows something is fundamentally wrong here. And I believe they came out and they tried to explain themselves. I guess they tried to backtrack. They tried to say, well, I think a mistake was made. I believe so. But these are things that should be sorted out before you even publish the figure. You should know beforehand whether or not this is a correct figure.
And you see, in the context of that, it almost leads people to believe that this entire election process can be disputed or challenged. But from the information I have seen in terms of the judicial system in Barbados, it appears that in Barbados you cannot challenge the entire general election. And I'm picking this information up. Of course, you know, the Chat GPT and AI give you quite a lot of access to information these days.
Right.
But my understanding is that a general election en masse as a single undifferentiated dispute cannot be challenged. The law requires challenges to focus on specific contested returns rather than the overall election, and the courts will treat them in a particular way. So I believe injunctions would probably have to be filed by individual persons. Injunctions would have to be filed by individual candidates within the context of their constituencies. And I am really hoping and praying, regardless of how the decision goes, at the end of the day, that these challenges are made, because we want to ensure that our election system, our electoral system, is free of fraud. We can see a lot of this, and Adrian, I know you would probably see quite a bit of this in terms of what's happening in the US. You know, there are lots of questions being raised there, but within the context of a smaller in society like Barbados, you know, there is so much. There is only so much room, if you understand what I'm saying, for fraud. You know, the whole country can see clearly that something is amiss. And what I struggle with is, how can we therefore proceed with an election knowing that these things exist, and what can we do, Adrian, in terms of challenging this entire process? If you're speaking, right, good.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. As with anything in Barbados, under this current government, our approach has to be one where we speak their language. If we try to fight it the traditional way, we're not going to get anywhere. I've seen enough from these folks to realize that as long as they, within their minds, have a good response to anything any particular individual throws at them, right, they will use that and not seek to, respond with a legitimate response, to affect whatever, or to appeal or to appease that person. And by speaking their language, with regards to how do we approach this, numbers matter to this government. It really does. That's why they were, from their own language, dismissive of the Marcia Week led marches. They stood on the road and they count. And to them, 100 people, 200 people ain't nothing, so they may care what the arguments, the legitimate arguments of the march were about. It was the numbers, and it's the same thing too with how they determine whether they're going to move forward with stealing the election or move forward with bringing whatever power to bear on EBC workers with regards to stealing the election, if indeed there is a stealing of the election. They look at the responses to the election platform meetings, the crowds that going, the number of people that are online to determine whether they can make the argument that nobody ain't following the D's, nobody ain't following the other parties, so therefore we can do what we have to do. That's how these people operate. I'm telling you, if Barbadians, and it's not difficult, you need to get up and protect your democracy and stop behaving as if somebody from somewhere, even from amongst yourself, is going to rise up and lead you in your fight or fight on your behalf without you present against this government. No one man, no 10 man, no 100 people ain't going to bother these people. You're dealing with a narcissist. Narcissists do not care about individuals and what they say and what they do, right? Within an election system and within a political system where votes still matter, numbers speak. And people need to demonstrate visibly to this government, right, what they are about. And until the Barbadians get up and do that, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah,
it's going to be business as usual. Go ahead.
I see Anthony Hines has indicated that St. John is being called and he believes the BLP has retained the seat, but I haven't seen anything official come in there as yet. In terms of it, I have been looking. I'm looking for even, I have people messaging me as well. I'm just trying to confirm if that is the case. I see there are persons who are indicating, are asking if Mr. Thorne is holding. Just looking back through some of the comments here. The LP leading in St. Lucie. Again, Adrian, as I look through the information to do with the Supreme Court and the challenging of election, I'm reading that the Supreme Court has made it clear that you cannot lawfully file one big petition that lumps together all elected members or the whole House without running each returned candidate. Each candidate returned must specifically challenge so they can respond and defend their election. And I believe the same might hold in terms of individuals. But you address the matter of the class action lawsuits. And if I could ask you just to repeat that for us, that we can get a clear understanding of it.
Yeah, if you Google and ask, what's the difference between, just ask if class action lawsuits are available in Barbados, they're going to say no. And then if you understand what a class action lawsuit is in terms of numbers, then ask, if there is a similar group type legal action that is available in Barbados, and they will say yes. And the proof is the Commonwealth people who were denied.
Who were disenfranchised, yes.
And franchise, right?
That was 2018 or 2022?
I think 2018.
2018?
Yeah, because it was against the DLP, so yeah, it had to be 2018. So I think it's doable. I but I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if my interpretation of what transpired there, is at a high level. I don't know the details of it, so it may seem like it was a Bajan version of class action when in fact it was just a group of people who individually at the same time put their case. I don't know, but whatever it is, and however difficult it is, right? It must be done. And this is the challenge I have with how Barbadians, in general, there are always exceptions, process information. They use a lot of belief and emotion, not grounded in facts and ideas, and by doing so, generally come to the wrong conclusion or the wrong approach of action they should take. Right? And Mr. Beckles, I mean, in all fairness, I must state my approach at this time with this particular government, right, calls for unification of all people who oppose this government, right? And the reality beyond the fact that it is your right to form a new party and to run as an independent, right? The reality is, right, that nothing will come of it. But there is a better opportunity if we pool our resources to fight this behemoth of a despot, to bring our country back would be the right approach, even if it's a temporary thing. I'm not saying that you should align yourself with the Democratic Labour Party going forward and that's it. No, just see the situation for what it is, right? And understand the situation for what it is. I think it is. Forgive me, sir, and I'll finish with this. It is. You do understand, right, that there has never been a history of an independent getting elected in Barbados, right?
Yeah.
And that there is, and that this is a two-party system, and that is what it is currently. And while it might be necessary to fight that fight to change that tradition, that this is not the right time to do it. Not with the type of party and governance we have from Motley today. Everybody that is opposed to Motley should be on the same wavelength with regards to reducing her power. Otherwise, she's going to find those cracks. The mortar that holds the cinder blocks together, she's going to find those cracks and she's going to chip away at them and cause that wall opposing to her to fall.
I raised some time ago on this show, Adrian, the whole aspect of independent candidates, because I observed what happened in the Cayman Islands, which was equally a two-party territory. But of course, the demographics of the Cayman Islands is dramatically different. Being such a small community, a lot of family-related situations, where there's a much closer bond in terms of the people that live there. And I don't know if you all recall, but I can't remember what year it was, but recently the independent candidates actually beat the two main parties in the Cayman Islands. But again, the demographics were quite different.
Yeah.
And I was giving thought and discussion to that with my wife this evening. And one of the things that I observe is that in order for additional parties to be established in Barbados, you need to set up a structure, a system, constituency offices, a significant monetary requirement to get all of that done. And I think it can happen, but it's going to take some time before it becomes a reality in Barbados. Your thoughts, Apostle? I know you also led a party in I think it was 2022 as well. Is that right? You're muted. Don't forget. You have to unmute. I'll try to see if I can do it from here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I came in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
I did 2013, 2018, and 2022.
2022 was your last one.
Yeah, but it's not my last one, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I of course, I'm a spiritual person, and there's some things that I listen very carefully to the Lord when I'm making decisions on this level, and what I saw was that this election was going to be, very, very chaotic, and the Lord is not the author of confusion. But the reality is, and I like what Adrian was saying earlier, about the grouping together to dispose Miss Motley, but the reality is that a lot of what is damaging to her is hidden by the Barbados Labour Party and those who are now assigned to protect her. Okay, so the masses are unaware of the troubling elements that she poses as the leader of Barbados, because the wall that she's put around her to protect her image, is very, very, very strong. But what I want to bring to the table is this. And Adrian, we do have a case of an independent winning an election. Owen Arthur won that election as an independent. Okay, when he came out of the Barbados Labour Party, and then we went over to Colin Jordan. But the reality is that
that's not true.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, right. Speaking on the correction,
he came over in 2014, I think it was, and because he was already in Parliament.
Right,
and he
correct.
became an independent in Parliament, but I don't think he contested the 2018 election. I don't think he did.
Right, because I think that's when
no independent has won an election in Barbados. No.
Yeah, they went over to Colin Jordan. That's correct.
Yeah.
My point that I want to make about the reality of the other parties and then the independent. Now, I was talking to a gentleman, and this was my point to him. Now, over here, they haven't seen Colin Jordan in years. The Six Men's issue, which is one of the biggest issues in St. Peter, has not been addressed. Over here in St. Peter, the Prime Minister mentioned that she had the deed. She had the deed to that property. Now that is a huge light. That is a huge light. Okay, because I know of this situation in St. Peter and in Six Men's. I know about that personally. Okay, so here's what has to happen. The issue is, do people feel safe? They feel safer with the Barbados Labour Party, or are they afraid of making change? Okay, and what I have seen is that it is a combination of both. So that is spilling over into the consciousness of the people, and then by extension, what has been offered to Barbadians, especially the younger class of our people who are more into the partying and into the fetting and into that lifestyle. That has been a part of the push of the Barbados Labour Party in terms of making sure that our younger people, and you can see from the last event that they had in St. Lucie, that they've even targeted the preteens. Okay, so a lot of what I have seen in regards to this particular election, and what I recognize, not just from paying attention to what was going on the ground, but also listening with my spiritual ear to understand that it was going to be a case where the Barbados Labour Party was going to go all out to make sure that they regain power, and as I said, to remove Mr. Thorne, because this party does not want to be challenged. And we have a mass of people who do not understand the place of democracy. They do not understand that this is wrong. So my point that I want to make here in relation to Barbados is that our people are now on a level of thought and a level of consciousness that is very disturbing to Barbados moving forward as a nation. So when you have a political party that is writing on a pre-assumed analysis of the people of Barbados, to psychoanalyze the people of Barbados, we write on the 2018 election, everybody loves me, vote for me, give me the vote and watch me. We came back with that same ideal. Partially, we're back with that again in 2026 with, her pictures all across the island. So the idea is when you're voting for the Barbados Labour Party candidate, you're voting for Mayor Motley, okay? And that has been the catchphrase right across the island of Barbados, right across the island of Barbados. Now, what I've also recognized and realized about the Barbados Labour Party, and this is going to spill out very, very soon. They are pretty much on a particular destructive path right now, a self-destructing path that I've realized because I've been paying very, very close attention to the things that are being said, paying attention to the things that are being done, and they're on that zone right now. So this is unfolding in the way that the EBC has approached this election. I said to someone earlier when I spoke about the EBC and I got my information on them, I said, okay, what I'm seeing here is that everything is being done to favor the Barbados Labour Party. And, you know, this is what we're going to see in this election. So it is not that the Democratic Labour Party and the other parties can't do well. It's just that we're fighting a consciousness of the people that needs to be broken. We're a hold on the minds of the people that needs to be broken. And a lot of that being broken has to do with, at this present, the Barbados Labour Party self-destructing. And I think when that begins to happen, that's when you're going to see the people begin to wake up.
Right. You know, I don't think it's only on the national level, because as we were going through the program tonight, I pulled up an article from Reuters, and Reuters actually spoke of the Prime Minister aiming for a historic third term in the Barbados election, and I smiled because when Arthur held power in Barbados as Prime Minister for 3 consecutive terms, 1994, I think 1994, 2007, and I can't remember the other one, for 3 consecutive terms. So this is not historic. If
and Errol Barrow did as well.
Yes, I mean, this is not historic at all, but she has been able even to influence the international environment where, you know, what she has said in the context of them. And we need to be able to put lies to this matter. And that's one of the reasons, Marcia, I'm deeply appreciative of this show, because you cannot remove this show from YouTube. And YouTube is viewed by people all over the world. And I'm glad that we have, in this context, a show that reveals the truth concerning what is happening in Barbados. And I believe that it is one of the contributing factors that has not allowed her to be able to become General Secretary of the United Nations. I'm going to turn back over to you.
Dr. Ferdinand.
Yes, Corey.
Yeah, if I may, the article that you just referred to, and this was before the polls even closed, it said that she is on course. She is on course for a third term.
Yes.
And if that doesn't say a lot about the influence of not just the local influence, not just the regional influence, but international influence. Because I am certain that we can also remember the interview.
Yes.
That interview that she had with Trevor Noah prior to these elections.
That was paid for. You can pay to be interviewed.
Somehow, at the start of the campaign or prior to the campaign, we see that she is being interviewed by Trevor Noah. And you were talking about the resources that independent third parties need. And that is a very, very important point. Very, very important point. We need those resources. We need to put the structure in place. And also, and that's the whole reason why there's a coalition, we need to work together. We need to work together to be able to unseat, to be able to have some sort of impact, but a long-lasting impact on this stranglehold that we're currently seeing in this country.
Yeah.
And you don't have a lot of time to do that, because
Correct.
the Barbados Labour Party is consolidating power, and I would wish for people to take a look at Singapore from a political party perspective and understand what you as a party leader and what the DLP and other parties are likely to face. All right. We always talk about the Singapore model economics, but that's not what we have or getting. But what we're more likely to get is the Singapore model politically, where in Singapore, the People's Action Party has been in power since 1965 when they gained election. And they have as many as 13 other parties. But somehow the PAP always win. And one of the underlying things for that is that a majority of Singaporeans are living comfortably, right? So in that regards, they're economic conservatives. They're not about to change what is doing right for the majority of the people. So if Motley gets to a point where she understands that her survivability into the future, or to have a political party model like Singapore, revolves around a plethora or majority of Barbadians having PCDK, y'all will always be opposition parties like those 13 or so opposition parties in Singapore. So you don't have all time. I think the best approach to pull it back, right, is to forget about all this individual thing and come under understand that it is a two-party system currently. Otherwise, the Barbados Labour Party will be the PAP, the Singapore PAP of Barbados, and you guys will just be contesting elections and maybe get a seat or two every now and then, but no real, under Westminster, have no real say or power to do anything, because that's the reality of Westminster, right? All the spoils goes to the winner, first past the poll, even by one vote. They get to exercise, to legislate, all power. And all you can do is to oppose through flowery language, but with no hope of changing course. Unless the governing party says, you know what, you have a good point, I'm going to take that point on board, but there's no reason for them to do so.
Right.
So that's where you guys are going to be if you continue with this PCP and I don't know what you guys call yourselves stuff. It's not going to work.
Yeah,
not going to work.
Well, here we are again, gentlemen, and I want to say that this journey, when you look at what the DLP has had to endure, last election, Corey would know. I think Corey would know. I use my platform a lot to work with the smaller parties as they came together, and this was a space for them. And what I will say is that this time around for me, I saw where the Barbados Labour Party was doing everything that they could to ensure that the DLP, couldn't even they wouldn't even have candidates. That was what was happening, and anybody in their right mind could see that. That was the intention. And I think that all in all, I'm very, very happy that the DLP had 30 candidates. As much as, the mud, the everything that has been thrown at them. I tell you, in the last 2 years, I would say that I'm sorry, I see the door moving. Mr. Thorne has done a tremendous job in carrying the concerns of Barbados, and have been standing there as blocking us from her and her party, all the things that she wanted to do with us. And I am grateful, very grateful for that. And at the same time, trying to bring the party up, with all this stuff that is going on, that she still has her hand to this day, she still has her hand in that party, because she's trying to destroy it. Because at the end of the day, what Motley is after is a one-party state, and we have been saying that. That's really what she's after. And unless Barbadians have to decide what it is that they want for themselves, You know, I believe that a lot of people's eyes are opening up, but it's I guess it wasn't fast enough for this election. And you know, Corey, I think you guys have done the best you could with the resources that you had. But you're up against something here that's not flesh and blood, you know. So there's that other side of it too, you know. Where I stand, this chair, as I told you, today is it's not February 12th yet. I will continue to sit in this chair. I'll continue to sit in this chair, and you know, and this platform will always be here as an opposition in this country. And you know, I haven't even seen all the results. What's happening with Ryan Walters? Anybody knows?
I haven't seen any of the results coming in myself as yet. I haven't received any messages. But if I could just mention, you know, Marcia, we are up not so, and I think we need to realize this. We are not just up against the Barbados Labour Party political machinery. We're up against international political machinery. When the CCP met with the BLP at Robert Street, we are not paying attention to the significance of that meeting. And the significant I'll ask a question in this manner. Where is the funding for the Barbados Labour Party's campaign coming from? Where is it coming from? And this is one of the reasons why I believe campaign financing needs to be established. Legislation needs to be established in Barbados that requires people to show where your funding came from. You must give an account. There's a lot that has to change in our political environment. And as you have said, Adrian, regrettably, I don't see the Barbados Labour Party administration making any effort to change anything that will in any way affect their capability of retaining power.
I think there will. Motley has said on several occasions that Barbados needs an opposition. And I thought about that. In contrast to people believing that she wants like Marcia, like that she wants a one-party state and what that means. I tend to believe that a one-party state, and I don't know if it's in the sense of how you see it, where there is literally no Democratic Labour Party, there's literally no other party, meaning that they are not functioning as parties. So that when election comes around, there's no entity on a ballot with a name for a person representing the LP. So there's no party, there's only one party. I don't think that is in Motley's interest, not as a small state in the Caribbean, in the back door or the front door of whatever the Americans refer to this region. I don't think that's something that she wants, to call attention to herself, to become a small Cuba. And we know how the Americans view Cuba. So the appearances of having a democracy is in her interest. It's in her interest. And Singapore, I go back to this, Singapore is still considered a democracy. Some people say not. It is still considered a democracy. How can you look at a country that has 13, 14 parties that, and I say 13 or 14, these are the parties that actually contest elections in Singapore. They've never won since independence, but they're there. So how can anybody look at that and say that they're not a democracy? They are, right? The results doesn't say that, but they are. And then there are a whole bunch of others that don't, parties or people consider themselves part of them, they don't fight elections, right? That's an ideal place that Motley wants to land for her BLP, to be the People's Action Party of Barbados. Now, as I said, the PAP gets to do this because they have delivered for, in the eyes of Singaporeans, they have delivered for the majority of Singaporeans, and they're not interested in changing what, in their view, is a good thing. And if Motley can bring good economics to Barbadians, you guys can kiss ever getting into Parliament goodbye. Because that's really what Barbadians want, right? Okay. And these three, in spite of the arguments of not seeing representatives, that things hard, right? They're still voting for Barbados Labour Party. So I'm saying that Barbadians are saying to you guys, to the Democratic Labour Party and all these other parties, that they're not interested in what you're selling, what you're marketing. That in spite of all the issues they have with the Barbados Labour Party, they're going with them. And I am almost saying that it's too late to try to turn this around because of how entrenchedly divided you folks are, to the point that you have all these separate parties and you're bringing up all these separate parties over petty stuff. And I say that about Kemar Stewart and even the Friends of Democracy and why they form a political party. It's all petty stuff in relation to what the country is facing with Motley and this emerging third successive win at elections, right? It is petty. It is very petty in comparison to that. So
I agree, very petty, and
yeah. So this is where we are at, and I think for me, 3 elections wins is enough. 3 strikes, you're out. Barbadians have spoken, and I am prepared to listen and not to fight a fight that they are not interested in. It doesn't make sense to do so. Doesn't make sense. Sorry.
Okay. Can I just want to come in here and say something from another aspect of this in relation to what Adrian is saying. You have to understand, like when Arthur had his 3 terms, there was a point where the Barbados Labour Party under Owen Arthur became the opposition, and they became the opposition to the destiny of the country. So when we're talking opposition, we're not just talking about the party on the other side whose candidate has won seats. There is also, from my perspective, as a spiritual leader, there's also opposition to the set destiny of the country. And that side of the political framework is the side of the framework that deals with the higher principles, that deals with God, that deals with his code of conduct and what he's planned for the destiny of the nation. We have a text here in Acts 17:25 that tells us that God is made from one blood, from one source, from one origin, all peoples of the earth to dwell. He set the allotted times for their prosperities. He set their boundaries. He set how far each nation is supposed to go. So you have a case where a government like the Barbados Labour Party can find themselves becoming the opposition to what God has planned for that nation. So it's not a matter of we may think that, but it's not a matter of them just going in there, probably winning 3 elections and figuring, okay, so we got this covered right now. Yeah, you may have the people covered, but you still have to deal with the God of the people. And I don't think that they are ready on many levels from what I have seen from where they've been taking the island for the bills that they've been trying to pass. It's very, very clear. The fact that these things were snuck in at the 11th hour, things within the bill that, wording that could be very detrimental to the sovereignty of Barbados. These are the things that this administration has been doing. And I believe that they will be found in a period of time to have been doing things that are detrimental to the sovereignty of Barbados and also to the overall spiritual destiny of the island. And that's an area that they will have to deal with. They will have to deal with that where God is concerned. So as a spiritual leader, I am not just, saying that in my position against this leader because of some type of hatred that I have for her, but the fact that I stand with what I know to be the destiny of every country, and the fact that the people of Barbados are not free enough to enjoy themselves or to enjoy their lives in Barbados. And we have the case in the Bible clearly of the children of Israel that were in bondage in Egypt. Things changed, and they were able to, through the leadership of Moses, to come out of that state. So when they think that, okay, yeah, we're good now, we've won these elections, we've got 230 loves, so we're riding high, they must make sure that they don't factor out the God element. Okay. And a lot of times when, you know, the Nixon situation with the Watergate scandal, there are things that can immediately open up the people's eyes. And you cannot do damage control all of the time. There's going to come a time that something is going to slip up and something is going to slip out. And that's when the people will get to realize that we made a mistake. There's nothing that wakes people up more than to recognize that these folk that they've put the confidence in, that behind their backs, they've been only enriching themselves and using the votes of the people to enrich their lives and to put themselves higher on the international scale. So there's a place, and that's where Owen Arthur found himself as the leader of the Barbados Labour Party. He found himself begging for that fourth term. He found himself begging. He found himself begging, but the people were ready. And this is what I believe is we're moving towards that same manifestation. And when it all came out, all of the things that were being hidden, including the amounts of monies that they were paying off pastors and leaders, all of that came out after the Democratic Labour Party assumed power in 2008. All of that began to come out. But I'm telling you, I know that for sure. There's a season where even the government will become the opposition of the people because they will become the opposition of God. So that's something that, you know, we need to pay attention to, not just the demographic of voters and constituencies and parties. We need to pay attention to the fact that this island has a higher purpose and it has a higher destiny. And if, as a leader and as a government, you're not interested in where God wants the nation to go, then you set yourself up as an enemy of God. And I believe, from what I've seen and from the marches that we've had, a lot of people may have said, well, you know, they didn't have 200 persons, but you know what? Abraham had 300, Gideon had 300, and Jesus, one man, went to the cross and defeated every demonic force. So, you know, the few can defeat the many, but there's going to come a change. And I believe that this is the process, this is the period of time that we are beginning those baby steps into. So I'm very open-minded to the reality of the God factor in this equation, and just waiting for that moment where the people will begin to recognize, that we are being used here. So that's pretty much my contribution to them to this moment in our discussion.
Yeah. All right, folks. Oh my goodness, I have been on here since 6 o'clock. So I'm getting a little tired here now. I drank 2 cups of coffee.
My
but
God.
I'll say here, guys, that I agree with some of what Adrian is saying. There's a selfishness, and everybody wants. Yeah, there's a selfishness. There's a selfishness. Nobody wants to. I've seen it, and I've done. I have a lot of show. I've run organizations in Barbados, and if I allow the people, they'll destroy it, because they don't even want to. They have a problem with seeing anything even being run properly, you know, and something is actually flourishing and serving the people. That's my view on it. And sometimes it's very difficult, something that is good for them. It's very, even the show, to hold it together, because they you know, they start to nitpick and they started to destroy. And oftentimes, if I don't stand very, very strongly on this show here, the Marcia Week show, it will be destroyed, because there is that element there, where, you know, people, somebody, it's almost like you start to self-destruct. People, something good is going for them, and they don't, it can't work. And everybody wants to be the leader, and everybody wants to be in charge, and nobody, it's just selfishness. There's a selfishness. And I think that a lot of what has occurred with all of these splinterings of things, and I have helped third parties. And I came to that conclusion It's a conclusion I came to. They allow a lot of jealousy. Am I going to talk the truth here? Jealousy, selfishness, and everybody wants to be the leader. And they splinter. Even the same third parties, Adrian, you're going to see them splinter right now. Okay? Some of them started. Some of them started parties in no, but they don't want to come under anybody. They don't want to come under anybody, even the ones that are Christians. They have they started. There's one of them that started a third party, and let me tell you, that third party split, and some of them went to freedom of democracy, but it's done quietly, done very, very quietly. Where is the white guy? What's that white guy? Fred was up. He's part of this party. Where is Fred now? Disappeared. And it's done quietly. And then they themselves, the third parties, they themselves come and they tear down. They will come and say, oh, the DLP does, nothing is going for them. But they have the same issue. Last elections, I helped with the APP. The APP was Lynette and Reverend Atherley. Listen to me as I sit here, gentlemen. Up until now, that election is finished and those leaders never met. Let us talk the truth. They never met. I was one disappointed person. They destroyed that what could have been a powerful entity, because you had people there, they didn't want Atherley to join, and then Lynette people didn't want, and then the two leaders, but it was out of the media, you see? So then it looks as though it's only DLP that have the problem in there. And I'm saying that, Apostle here and some of the others came together and you formed a coalition during the last election. Where is the coalition now? There's just a problem where and Mia Motley knows it, and she uses it to her advantage, and she's able to hold hers together through money, through power, through abuse. That's how she's able to hold the Barbados Labour Party together. But a lot of this third party stuff is not working, and because there's a unwillingness to truly work together, unwillingness.
Yeah. I'll say this, that
money matters. Not only money matters. Not only for
Apostle was speaking.
Yeah, I've had meaningful dialogue with the parties when we came out. There was Solution Barbados. I personally met with Mr. Phillips. We had a lunch meeting, and what I've seen is that, and a lot of people know this. And in the last election, there were 14 persons within the Barbados Labour Party that wanted to move on. Okay, and don't let's forget that the Barbados Labour Party don't let's think that they're together, because there were 14 persons, including the Attorney General, that were willing to move on from the party, that obviously were, from some reason either paid to stay within the party to give them back that 2022 victory. But there were persons up to November of 2021, where 14 persons in that party. There are huge cracks within the Barbados Labour Party, which is why the search for meaningful persons goes into the Democratic Labour Party. Okay, because in reality, you want to know and recognize for yourselves that they have very huge cracks that are massively mortared. Okay, but here's the reality that Barbadians themselves and most of the major political parties understand. the big issue, one of the big issues in Barbados is the state of poverty that we're under. Okay? And a lot of times the smaller parties who, you know, when I went and I sat with the EBC, when I first went in, and I was given all of the information, what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to have a campaign meeting. I'm not supposed to have a spot meeting that exceeds the constituents. So if there's, you know, 8,000 constituents, my meeting is not supposed to exceed that. And we have seen meetings that, you know, even the sound system, the lighting exceeds that. And it's allowed to happen. And many times the fact that if these ruling parties contest elections within the framework of what the EBC prescribes, it would be different. Okay, so the smaller parties, we can't bring in the big entertainers from Trinidad. We can't, you know, put up the lavish things that they do, all of the flat screens and all of these tents and all of these stages that, you know, that they pay for. One person told me, I was asking, they told me the stage is 15,000, the stage is 20,000, the stage. They're not talking about anything else, the stage. And that's what brings people out, the lavishness. And the smaller parties, we don't have that kind of resource, but we try to keep what we're doing within the framework of what is prescribed by the entities that governs elections. So, you know, with all of this being said, the time is going to come. The time is going to come in Barbados that it's not going to be like this. The political system is not going to be like this. And I listened to what Adrian said, and I did some studying on that back in the day when folk were talking about the Singapore model. But our culture on many levels is pretty much different to that. And I think when Barbadians get to the place where they recognize when it's been exposed enough that they have been misused, they've been handled improperly, I think we're going to see a change and a shifting in what's going on. So I choose to remain optimistic about what's happening, and I know for sure that this Barbados Labour Party, they're not going to be able to mask all of these cracks that they have. Something is going to happen. It usually does. They're going to meet their
I agree with you, Reverend, but I think that the third parties, honestly, from somebody who I have voted for them in 2 elections, I think that, and I've supported them not just with my platform, but also with my resources, whether financial and otherwise. I think that the third parties, I do not like the way these parties operate. They do not operate. They seem opportunistic. Being honest, because what happens is that they're not even functioning after the elections. And what I try to say to people is that then nobody takes you all seriously. And I'm being honest about it, you know. That is part of the problem. The first manifesto I sat down and I read was Solutions Barbados. I loved it, and I supported them before the election was over. I would say they started to fall apart. There's a problem, and I tell you this, I allow this show. My husband will tell you, I know what I go through with this show. And if thank God I have the wisdom from dealing with Praise Academy, my school, Adrian, I have the knowledge on how to deal with this. Or as I'm telling you this, as you sit here, gentlemen, this here will not be anymore because of the fight that you get. No, everybody wants to be the leader. We've got to stop that. Nobody want to submit, as we would use in church. I have to fight for this as a female, to make a stand and to understand what the purpose of this show is. And this is what it is, because I am telling you, they come against you, all of that. It's a reality of what it is. And
Pretty
I
much.
see it in
Pretty
the third
much.
parties because
Pretty
they
much.
do not want to come and work with anybody to lift up anything. It's too good and it's growing. And once it's growing, they put their hands in it and they tear it apart.
You know,
Corey nodding his head, and it's true. You start a church and watch it. And I know that. And I deal with this show with that mentality. And I'm telling you, I hold it together. I'm telling you, I very much know what's going on. Who was speaking? Somebody.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
actually
ma'am.
just jumping in on this matter, Marcia. If I can back it up. I was involved in the original coming together with Reverend Atherley and Lynette Eastman to form the
Yes.
APP. I was involved
Yes.
with that. When the elections were completed, I attempted on several occasions to get them together to sit down to determine how we're going to be moving forward. And on each occasion, it was unsuccessful. We have some cliches that we need to engage. There's no I in team. There's no I in team. And the problem that we have is that you spoke about it. Everybody wants to be a leader, and they don't know how to come together and correlate behind a single individual with the intention of removing the Barbados Labour Party from office.
Correct.
I was hoping, and I spoke to several people about this within the context of the Democratic Labour Party. I was hoping to have initiated a sit down before the elections were called of all the parties with the intention of coming together for one purpose, the love of our country, to get rid of this administration. And I must say that I was disappointed in seeing the number of splinter. I knew, and when people begin to look at some of the numbers that will make a seat go one direction or the other. You take, for example, this St. John seat. Look at what happened in St. Peter. Apostle, he's still there. Apostle, look at what happened in St. Peter when it was 1982.
1984.
1984. One vote made the difference. I mean, we went to court and it was settled, I believe, there. But it was just one vote. And I am disappointed that people have not understood the necessity of setting aside their own personal agendas and their own jealousies. And I'm talking frankly from my heart. Their own jealousies and their own dislikes. You will never find an environment in which everybody loves everybody. There will always, my God, man, we can't even get that together in a marriage for that matter, far less in an organization. You will have a husband and a wife that will come together, two entities that have never lived together. And you will always have differences because that's how human nature is. But the capacity to be able to merge the strengths and engage the challenges and overcome them is what leads for a successful marriage or a successful organization. You will not have everybody in a church agreeing together. Marcia won't have everybody in Praise Academy agreeing together. But the level of loyalty, these are things I grew up with: loyalty, commitment, dedication, and respect. Those are four qualities I find absent in many people when it comes to organizational structure in Barbados. I was in a church for 19 years as a support mechanism and an assistant minister in that church for 19 years until I believe the Lord led me out to start my own ministry. And when he did that, I did not give up on all the others who I was a part of. Many times I supported the cathedral's efforts down through the islands, left here and supported ministries in the Cayman Islands that would have been a challenge for me. But you see, that is what servant leadership is about. And this is the problem we have. Everybody wants to be an authoritarian leader. Nobody knows how to be a servant leader. And these are the things that will often keep us apart as it relates to a coalition coming together and forming a singular entity that will combat the Barbados Labour Party. Otherwise, we will continue to be in the doldrums.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is the culture that we need to break. We need to break
yes.
that.
Need to break it.
And until we are able to do that, until we recognize that there's a
Nothing will
bigger
change.
picture.
Nothing will
We
change.
all have our own pictures of where we want to be, but until we can until we can see the big picture and put that above our own pictures, then it will be very difficult to do that. Very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Well, Rev, let me just say this quickly. When I met with Reverend Lee and I met with Lynette Eastman, I'm pretty much met with everyone. I asked specific questions because the answer to those questions gave me the consciousness of where the leader is going, in terms of where they see the party going and where they see the country going. We have to understand that Barbados, over the years, as far as a political leader is concerned, had a certain demographic. It's changed considerably under Mia Motley. Okay, and what we're dealing with right now is a leadership model. Whether we have a third party or not, whoever is the leader of that party, whoever the leader of that party is tipped to move into a leadership role in Barbados politically if they are able to amass a certain amount of seats. So at the leadership level, but what was critical with the third parties is the idea of what exactly is the leadership model for Barbados moving forward. And I think that is the question that we did not begin to look at. And we did not pay attention to that. I know for a fact, and I can say this now, I know for a fact that there was one state where there was someone that was brought into the country to share on, who's going to be the leader, who should be the leader, and all of these different things. Of course, that whole element failed, and I met with Neil as well too, the Barbados Integrity Movement. He and I went to school together, so I met with everybody, and I understood, from over here what was said to one person here. I understood what was said to another person here. So the area of leadership became more on the consciousness of the projection of the party, not in terms of what exactly is the leadership model for Barbados going forward. And I think that's the question that we have to ask ourselves as leaders, because the people of Barbados, they're going to take a look at Lynette Eastman and they're going to say, okay, Lynette Eastman, she's still BLP. They're going to take a look at Reverend Adley. They're going to say he crossed over from the BLP. They're going to look at Mr. Phillips, and they're going to go into his life, his background. They're going to look at Mr. Beckles. They're going to look at Mr. Stewart. They're going to look at Mr. Thorne, and they're going to come up. Then they'll look at Ms. Motley, and everybody is going to come up with their leadership model. And I think what has happened right now is that is something that has been ingrained in the minds of the people of Barbados, because we've had 3 elections since 2018, and the model of the Barbados Labour Party has been the same. The same youthful picture. The picture that is up in 2026 is the picture of Mia Motley in 2018. Okay, so there's something that is being pushed into the psychology of the Barbadian populace. Okay, and this is the picture that is going out to them, and it's okay when vote. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so you're not voting for a party, you're voting for a person, and I think that's what has changed the demographic of politics in Barbados at this time, because it's no longer a party. You're voting for a person. You're voting for this person that is recognized on the international scale. You're voting for this person who seems to have friends in high places, this person who is, you know, a great orator, and there's no care about all of the things that are being done to, you know, damage Barbados on the level where our people are. So I think what we did not look at when we sat and we had our discussion, we did not look at the leadership model for Barbados going forward. And I think that should have been part of the strategy that the third parties should have looked at. And that was a particular question that I did ask when I met with each person. And I asked them about their leadership model. Of course, we know with Solution Barbados, on the heel of the election, there was this element of, you know, declaring your assets, and, you know, if you're involved in this, you're going to lose this, you're going to lose, and it became a problem. So that should have been something that should have been sorted out before we got to that stage in the election, because Solution Barbados put themselves forward, you know, as a point of change. Their introduction, you know, to the political arena, it was beautiful. It was great, you know. But again, leadership model. Do Barbadians want someone that is a great orator? Do they want someone that is aesthetically pleasing to the eye? Do they want someone that can properly represent them on the international stage? This is, you know, part of what I pushed for when I sat and had my meetings. So again, it becomes very, very critical to understand that the leader, Barbadians are looking for at least 4 out of the 10 things or 6 or 7 things that they may have, but they're looking to see if those things that they're looking for, there's those qualities, they're inside of that particular person. So I think going forward, there's a need to be tactful, you know, very tactical in terms of, you know, what we're going to be doing and how we're going to be presenting ourselves going forward. But I believe, you know, honestly, there is always an opportunity for change to come, and we just have to keep moving forward and keep strategizing and re-strategizing until we get there.
I'm going to jump in here because of time.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree that there is need, that change is going to come. I agree that you need a certain kind of leader. I understand all of that, but I think that there is also, just as they call me an outsider living here, I see it. Yeah, they call me that. I see it. I see the unwillingness to come together, the unwillingness to say, well, I don't have to lead. I want to see this thing doing well. I don't have to put my ambitions forward. I will do it for Barbados. I'm not seeing that among the people that's running the third parties. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing, even in the coalition that came together, listen to how it's presented. I'm not seeing that. I am seeing that, and I know you had your third party as well, Apostle, but truthfully, I think that really and truly, there needs to be a certain kind of mindset, you know, and put the country first. And I don't see that. I really don't see that. I see more ambitions. I see a lot of personal ambitions being put forward. But it's 12, almost 12 o'clock. I'm sorry I didn't hear about Ryan Walters as yet. And I don't see him. I don't hear anything about him as yet. I think anybody else? What about I know Ryan Walters? I thought at least he should win his seat. Anybody heard anything? I've been asking.
Nothing as yet.
Nothing as yet.
You know, I don't know. I really don't know what is happening here. But okay, guys. Well, well, thank you all for joining tonight. And as we go, a quick a quick final word, at least a half a second there before we go, because you know we could stay here and talk the whole night, but I'm getting a little tired.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
6 o'clock this evening. So let's have Corey. You wanna any thought there? I know it might feel like we're beating up on third parties, but you know I was there with you guys in the trenches, but I ain't doing that no more.
Right, understood. Just 3 words. Don't give up.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. Nice and short.
Right, ma'am.
Go ahead, Apostle Scantlebury. Nice and
Yeah,
short.
all I'm going to say is that we just have to stay the course. We know what Barbados needs together as individuals. We have a collective understanding of what will take Barbados forward, and the season will come in. Those minds will come together to make sure that what needs to happen in Barbados will happen.
Thank you. And Adrian.
Have a good night and good luck.
And Dr. Ferdinand.
Well, I would have to make the statement that Michael Jordan would have made, because we fail many times. That's the reason we succeed.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you all for joining, and this has been a great journey, really a great journey. And I want to commend everybody who has been in the fight, everybody. And I just want to publicly say, as somebody who stand up on behalf of people, to say to Mr. Thorne, well done. You have done very well. And as somebody who is not, they say, not born here, what I can see the effort that you have made, Mr. Thorne. And even me saying that, some of you don't even want me to say that, because you have taken on the narrative that he's a terrible person. But Mr. Thorne, thank you. Yeah, don't mind all that is swirling around. I want to thank you on behalf of Barbados for what you
Yes,
have done.
absolutely.
God
Thank
bless
you.
All right,
God
guys.
bless, guys. Good night.
Yes.
Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Good night.